What if the fate of civilization rested on the edge of a blade, hidden beneath layers of blood-soaked parchment? The siege of Baghdad in 1258 wasn't just a battle, it was the cataclysm that obliterated knowledge, reduced 1,000 years of enlightenment to ashes. Picture this, the heart of the world's greatest empire, filled with scholars and poets, now trembling beneath the march of an army that saw wisdom as a threat. How does a city so vast, so resplendent, crumble under the weight of its own legacy? Here's the kicker: every scroll, every manuscript, every flicker of genius held captive within those ancient walls is a ticking time bomb. The Mongols are not just conquerors, they're harbingers of obliteration. In their wake, they leave not just corpses but a silence that screams of lost potential. It's a dark comedy, really, like watching a grand performance turn to chaos in seconds, the audience oblivious to the knife poised above their heads. But wait, what if among the ruins, a forgotten truth lies hidden? A prophecy, perhaps? A map inked with the blood of scholars, leading to the very essence of what was lost. As the Tigris runs red, whispers of resistance flare up like a wildfire, igniting the air thick with desperation. The citizens, once proud and learned, are reduced to hunted shadows, their wisdom a curse in the face of ruthless ambition. Can you feel it? The pulse of the city quickening as night falls, the flickers of torches illuminating a crowded alley where not just survival hangs in the balance, but the very fabric of history. A blacksmith's son, a young scribe, a woman with a mind sharper than any sword, each one holds a piece of the puzzle. They're not just victims, they're players in a game far more sinister and compelling than the barbaric siege outside. And what of the legends? Are they mere tales spun from the dust of forgotten streets, or do they hold the key to a rebellion that could resurrect a dynasty? The shadows grow long, darker than the betrayal that coils around the hearts of friends and foes alike. Each character teeters on the brink, ready to leap into a storm of intrigue that promises glory or annihilation. As the city's walls crack and crumble, what choices will they make? The hourglass tilts, sand slipping away like the last remnants of hope. In this twisted dance of war, where laughter mingles with lament, who rises and who falls? Beware, dear reader. You stand at the threshold of a world where every secret uncovered leads to another question, an endless labyrinth of fate, power, and the unquenchable thirst for knowledge. The siege is more than a brutal clash, it's a reckoning. Will you dare to tread further into the shadows where history's whispers grow louder, more insistent, clawing at the fringes of your mind? The first step into this abyss is easy, it's the retreat that will haunt you forever. The air crackles, thick with tension, as the sun sinks behind the jagged horizon, painting the sky in deep crimson, a warning. I stand on the precipice of a valley, where the wind howls like a wounded beast. Below me, a sea of restless horsemen churns, their silhouettes dark against the dying light. You can feel the electricity, the anticipation thrumming through the horses, the riders clutching their bows, their hardened faces revealing nothing yet betraying everything. This is the moment. This is where legends are born and lives are shattered. I remember the whispers of the elders, how they spoke of a child, born beneath an ominous comet, destined to unify the fractured tribes of the steppes. The weight of a prophecy can crush a soul, but it can also ignite a fire. It ignited in him, in Temujin, later known as Genghis Khan. His eyes were fierce like a storm, glinting with dreams of conquest, yet, buried within those depths was a torment as profound as the vastness of the sky above. The day he buried his blood brother, the man who became his greatest ally and greatest rival, marked the beginning of a journey that would etch his name into the annals of history. And there, another figure rises amid the chaos, Jamuka, once a brother, now an enemy. His heart beats in sync with Temujin's, yet they march on divergent paths. Jamuka, noble and proud, believes in the old ways, the traditions that tie men to their clans, the honor of the blood. But blood can be a poison, and the taste of betrayal is bitter. He rides at the front, a fierce glimmer of defiance in his eye, muscles tensed as if ready to burst. The irony crushes me, two hearts, once intertwined, now racing toward a reckoning. Will they embrace or destroy one another? The tension is palpable, a living thing that wraps around my throat like a noose. I can almost hear the silent screams of the ancestors echoing through the mountains. They fought, they bled, and they died for these lands, for this moment. Can anyone truly comprehend the weight of history? I can't help but wonder as I witness the shifting allegiances and the creeping shadows of war. Each rider bears the burden of 1,000 dreams, 1,000 fears, and here I am, a spectator at this epic clash, wondering how the dust will settle. And then, with a deafening roar, the horn of battle sounds, a sound that feels like the ground itself tearing open. I feel it in my bones as the horses surge forward, a tide of fury and chaos, and suddenly, time loses all meaning. Arrows slice through the air like whispers of death. I remember the stories of the past, how the Mongols rode with the wind, how they were both a fury and a dance. They did not just conquer, they embodied the spirit of the storm. I see Temujin in the fray, his face a mask of determination and rage. His heart beats for more than conquest, it beats for unity, for an empire that could rise from the ashes of blood and betrayal. Behind his furious exterior, there's a flicker of vulnerability. He recalls the days of his youth when he slept in a yurt, dreaming of a family that could be his anchor, his strength. But every dream is built on sacrifice, and every sacrifice pulls at the tendons of the soul. What does it cost to be a leader? To wear the crown forged in agony? And Jamuka, oh, how he fights! Each swing of his sword is a silent scream against the tide of change, against the brother he once loved. The distance between them is measured not in miles but in memories, a chasm filled with ghosts of laughter and loyalty. As they clash, I see the fire igniting in Jamuka's chest. He fights not just for his life but for a way of life that's fading into the twilight, tradition, honor, the old ways. Yet, as he faces Temujin, I wonder if he understands that the world is shifting beneath their feet, that the stars above them twinkle with the promise of something greater, something terrifying. In the thick of battle, there's a moment, the heartbeat, when both warriors lock eyes. It's a meeting of storms, a clash of wills. I can feel the weight of their shared history, the blood that runs thicker than the rivers through their homeland, the dreams that once intertwined. It shakes me to the core. What must it feel like, I wonder, to have the power to destroy everything you once cherished? And then, amid the chaos, a single arrow flies, a whisper through the air, and I feel it pierce not just flesh but the very fabric of destiny. Temujin stumbles, a gasp escaping his lips, a flicker of fear in his eyes. The world turns to slow motion, and I am breathless, caught in this moment where everything hinges on a single choice, a choice that could either fracture the empire before it begins or unite the clans under the banner of the eternal blue sky. I remember the sound of my heart, echoing louder than the clash of swords, as if the universe itself holds its breath. Will this be the moment that defines them, that sends ripples through time, or will it be buried beneath the dust of forgotten battles? Everything hangs in precarious silence, as if the cosmos is waiting. And I stand here, on the edge, caught in a web of emotions, breathless with anticipation. The forces of fate are swirling around me, and I am merely an observer, a ghost lingering in the shadows of history, feeling every heartbeat, every breath. The rise of an empire is not just a tale of power, it is a symphony of hearts intertwined, a chaotic dance of destiny, fear, and the insatiable hunger for greatness. No conclusions. No resolutions. Only the tension hanging thick in the air, a promise of the storm yet to come. The battle rages on, and I am here, forever etched in this moment, as the echoes of history whisper around me, urging me onward into the uncharted territories of what is yet to unfold, into the rise of the Mongol Empire. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, a poignant reminder that in the shadow of the great minarets, life and death danced hand in hand. I stood in the narrow alley of Baghdad, heart pounding, as cries shattered the night. There, beneath the watchful gaze of the crescent moon, men fought, clashing steel echoing against the walls like thunder. Each swing of a sword, each desperate plea for mercy, was a pulse in the lifeblood of the city, where every heartbeat could mean salvation or doom. I remember the moment Amina, fierce and unyielding, stepped into the fray. Her dark eyes blazed with an intensity that could melt iron, yet fear gripped her soul. A daughter of the merchant class, she was more than a pawn in a world spun by the whims of the powerful. "They will pay for this," she had whispered to me, her voice a tight string drawn to breaking. I felt the weight of her conviction, a fragile thread, binding her will to the chaos around. The politics of our world weighed heavily on her shoulders, a weight she refused to bear alone. Amina had watched her father's trade routes crumble under the relentless march of invasion. Every caravan lost was a dream shattered, a future stolen. I could see it in her stance, the way she held her knife, not with the grace of a trained assassin, but with the raw desperation of a woman pushed to the edge. She was not merely fighting for survival, she was fighting for a legacy, a lineage that stretched back through history. The ghosts of her ancestors whispered in her ears, urging her to stand strong. Then there was Tariq, a scholar turned rebel, his brow furrowed under the strain of his torn loyalties. He stood at the crossroads of faith and reason, a dichotomy that gnawed at his insides. What is knowledge worth if one cannot protect it? He lamented, grappling with a truth that twisted in his gut like a dagger. He had once strolled the gardens of the House of Wisdom, lush and vibrant, dreaming of ideas blossoming like the cedar trees above. Now, those dreams lay in ruins, trampled underfoot by the advancing forces of the Mongols. In the quiet of the night, when the violence subsided momentarily, I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into Tariq's heart. He had a choice, to stand and fight or to flee, to preserve the remnants of his cherished texts or to throw it all away in a desperate bid for survival. To live without purpose is to be a ghost, he said, a shiver in his voice as he traced the spines of ancient tomes with trembling fingers, recalling the wisdom of ages that now seemed so fragile. It was within this turmoil that we found ourselves entwined, three souls caught in a tempest of time. The weight of our choices pressed down on us like a physical force, each decision a fissure in the fragile fabric of our lives. The clock was ticking, each tick a reminder of the inevitability of conflict, the haunting echo of what is lost. I remember Amina's laughter breaking through the tension one moment, a wild, beautiful sound that danced on the evening breeze. I may not have a horse, but I have my will, she declared, tossing her head back with defiance. It was absurd, really, her tiny frame against the towering walls of empires, but that laughter clung to the air, a flicker of hope amidst despair. To her, life was a stage, and she, the leading lady, refusing to play a role written by others. But the laughter faded as dawn approached, the horizon painted in hues of blood and fire. The city we loved was on the brink of devastation, and all around us, allies became enemies in a heartbeat. I could feel the ground quake beneath my feet, the tremors of fate rattling my bones. Do you feel that? I asked Tariq, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded, his eyes wide, reflecting the chaos of the approaching storm. The moment of reckoning lay before us, a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. The air grew electric, crackling with tension, every breath a prelude to the inevitable. Amina's resolve solidified like steel, while Tariq wrestled with the shadows, his intellect warring against his heart. The alleyway transformed, once a refuge now became a battleground of ideals where the politics of the Islamic world collided with the raw passions of the human spirit. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, it illuminated the faces of the fallen. I could see it all, the desperation, the love, the loss. They were not just soldiers, they were fathers, brothers, and sons, caught in the gears of a machinery that ground relentlessly. In that moment, I felt their pain as if it were my own, a shared agony woven into the very fabric of existence. And then, the clash erupted again. The air was filled with the cries of the wounded, the thunder of hooves, and the gut-wrenching cries of the dying. Amina charged into the fray, her spirit a fiery comet streaking through the darkness. Tariq followed, heart pounding, mind racing, caught between saving her and saving the knowledge that held the world together. I stood paralyzed, torn between the two of them, an unwilling spectator to a tragedy unfolding. Time twisted and folded like an origami crane, and in that moment, the world shrank to the size of a heartbeat. I felt the weight of 1,000 histories pressing down, and in that instant, I understood we were not merely characters in a story, but vessels of hope, fear, and longing, lost in the swirling chaos of our own making. The politics of our world would never be the same, I realized. When kingdoms rise and empires fall, it is the souls of individuals that echo through the ages. And as Amina's fierce spirit clashed against the cold steel of fate, and Tariq's heart broke under the weight of his choices, I felt the pulse of history thrum beneath my feet, an eternal rhythm that would never cease. I remember that moment, the moment where everything converged, where time lost its meaning, and I became one with the chaos, a reflection of the world around me. I grasped for truths and held on to dreams, knowing that in the end, we are all haunted by the specters of our past, forever entwined in the fabric of a world that shifts and changes, relentless and unconquerable. And as the cries of the city echoed through the dawn, I knew one thing: the hearts of men and women would continue to beat, to hope, to dream, even amidst the desolation. The night was thick with the scent of burning oil and despair. I stood in the shadows of the Grand Mosque, where the flickering lanterns cast ghostly shapes across the marble floor, and whispers of betrayal curled like smoke in the air. Every heartbeat drummed with tension, echoing through the ancient stones, each pulse a reminder of the chaos that unfolded outside the hallowed walls. The Caliph's throne, once a symbol of divine power, now seemed to teeter precariously, a fragile edifice built on blood and ambition. I remember the faces of those who clutched their knives in the darkness, eyes wild with desperation. Countless dreams were dying under a canopy of stars that bore witness to the decline of an empire. In the heart of Baghdad, the city pulsed like a wounded beast. The bustling markets filled with spices and silks, laughter and life, now echoed with a haunting silence. I remember the merchants who once shouted their wares, their voices now swallowed by the shadows of looming fear. The Abbasid Caliphate, standing tall for centuries, was crumbling, its power betrayed by the very men who had sworn fealty. Was it the weight of ambition that crushed us? Or the weight of history? Each question felt like a dagger, twisting deeper into the flesh of the moment. Zaid, my friend, my brother in this twisted tale of ambition and dreams, stood against the wall, staring into the void. He was a man of loyalty, blood, and scars, his heart beating fiercely, yet burdened with the knowledge that loyalty could lead to ruin. "We trusted them," he muttered, his voice trembling with unshed tears. "Look where trust has brought us." His fists were clenched, knuckles white against the fading light. I wanted to reach out, to pull him from the brink of despair, but the weight of our reality held me back like chains. Then there was Yasmin, her spirit, a flickering flame in the encroaching darkness. I watched her dance through life with grace, yet shadows haunted her every step, the specter of loss trailing behind. She was fierce, but beneath that strength lay a vulnerability that would break even the hardest of hearts. "We don't choose our battles," she whispered, her eyes reflecting the dim glow of the lanterns, "but we can choose how we fight." Her words hung heavy, a promise wrapped in sorrow. I could see it in her eyes. She was tired, weary from the constant struggle against a world that seemed to crumble beneath her feet. And then, like a storm brewing on the horizon, news arrived. The rival factions were gathering, like vultures circling a carcass, ready to tear at the remnants of what was once a powerful dynasty. I remember the chill that ran down my spine when the messenger stumbled in, breathless, wide-eyed with terror. "They come for us," he gasped. "They come to claim the throne." In that moment, the very essence of our existence felt like a fragile thread, swaying in the wind, ready to snap. The tension was electric, thick enough to cut with a knife, as we huddled together, Zaid, Yasmin, and I, each of us grappling with our own demons. The clock in the courtyard ticked away, its rhythmic pulse a cruel reminder of our dwindling time. I remember the way the shadows danced across the walls, each flicker a reminder of the lives we had built, the dreams we had chased, now teetering on the edge of oblivion. "Fight or flee," Zaid spat, anger lacing his words. "What will it be?" The question hung heavy in the air, a knife blade poised to plunge into the heart of our friendship. I could see the doubt in his eyes, the fear of becoming another ghost in the annals of history. Yasmin, ever the mediator, placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "We cannot abandon our home to the darkness," she murmured, a flicker of hope igniting in her voice. But in that moment of hope, I could feel the walls closing in, the weight of our choices pressing down like the very stones of the mosque. What is power without trust? What is a throne without loyalty? The questions echoed through my mind as the shadows deepened, and the air grew thick with the scent of impending doom. The Caliphate, once a beacon of knowledge and culture, now felt like a fragile dream slipping through our fingers. The call to arms reverberated through the city, a haunting echo that pulled at our very souls. "Tonight, we fight," I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. "Tonight, our choices will shape our destiny." The resolve that surged within me felt almost foreign, a flicker of the flames that had once built this empire. Yet, I saw the flicker of doubt behind Yasmin's eyes and the weight of fear in Zaid's posture. Their struggles mirrored my own, and together, we stood on the precipice of fate, the forces of power and decline swirling around us like a tempest. As we prepared for the inevitable clash, I remember the stars overhead, distant and cold, witnesses to our struggles. I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, the shadows whispering secrets of love, betrayal, and ambition, weaving a tapestry of fate that was both beautiful and tragic. And as the night deepened, the flickering lanterns cast our faces in sharp relief, revealing the raw emotions that danced within us: fear, determination, love. In that moment, we were not just players in a grand narrative, we were the heartbeat of a civilization teetering on the brink. The darkness that surrounded us was a blanket, heavy and suffocating, but with each breath, we pushed back against it. Each heartbeat was a defiance, each breath a promise to fight for our dreams, our home, and for each other. And so, we stepped into the night, into a world fraught with peril and passion, where power and decline wove a tale that would echo through the ages. The ghosts of our past loomed large, their whispers trailing behind us in the cool night air, as we faced an uncertain future, a future that would test the very fabric of our souls. In that moment, history was alive, pulsating with emotion, waiting to be written anew. The moon hung like a dying ember in the night sky, casting a cold light on the war-torn ground. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and slaughter, and somewhere, a horse whinnied in fear, its voice an echo of the chaos that enveloped them. Beneath the cries of the wounded, beneath the relentless clanging of steel, there surged an unsettling quiet, a stillness that clawed at the edges of a man's sanity. That man was Hulagu Khan, a general born of a lineage draped in blood and honor, yet now teetering on the precipice of darkness and dread. I remember the moment he stood there, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the flickering flames, a specter among the remnants of a city he had sworn to conquer. His heart, a heavy drumbeat in his chest, echoed the cries of the innocent. Every pulse was a reminder of the lives he would extinguish to fulfill a legacy written in the ink of history, a legacy that weighed upon him like a noose. But it wasn't the weight of the crown that haunted him. No, that belonged to his brother, the great Kublai Khan, a man whose laughter rang through the halls like a summer breeze. They were different, those two. Kublai seemed to dance through life, while Hulagu trudged through it, a shadow in pursuit of a light he could never reach. The burden of expectation lay heavy on him, and it was not merely the ambition of conquest that gnawed at his soul, it was the expectation to be more than he felt he could ever be. Beside him, a fierce warrior named Jeeb stood, her hand stained with the blood of those she had slain, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. She had not wanted this life, this brutal dance with death. Her laughter was a soft, rare sound, like a flower blooming in a desolate wasteland. The fierce resolve in her eyes belied the softness of her spirit, and yet, she had been forged in this crucible of violence. She had trained under the sharpened gaze of death itself, yet a flicker of fear remained, fear not of her enemies, but of the monster she might become. I remember, she whispered, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch in autumn. I remember the first man I killed. He fell like a broken doll, his eyes wide with disbelief. I thought I'd feel something, joy, triumph. Instead, I felt empty. She shook her head, as if to rid herself of the memories that clung like shadows. Hulagu turned to her, a flicker of understanding sparking between them. Was he not haunted by the same ghosts? They walked through the ruins of a city that had once thrummed with life, now a graveyard of dreams, and the silence screamed louder than any battle cry. Do you think they knew? He asked, his voice a low rumble, heavy with unspent emotion. Do you think they knew we were coming? I think they dreamed of peace, she replied, her gaze distant, caught somewhere between memory and reality. And we shattered it like glass. In that moment, the world felt vast and empty, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the weight of their choices to settle upon them like a shroud. It was a confrontation not with their foes, but with a mirror reflecting the darkness stirring in their own souls, a heart-stopping awareness that they were not just conquerors, but harbingers of despair. And then it surged, an insatiable hunger for power, for legacy. Hulagu's heart raced as a vision flashed before him, the cities he would lay waste to, the empires he would build. He imagined the tales that would echo throughout time, tales that would be told long after his breath had turned to dust. But at what cost? Sometimes, he confessed, the words tumbling out like stones, I feel like a ghost in my own skin. The wind howled around them, carrying with it the cries of the lost. I fear I will be remembered not as a conqueror, but as a butcher. Jeeb stepped closer, her eyes fierce and unwavering. You're not a ghost, Hulagu. You're a man shaped by blood and fire, yes, but also by choice. You have the power to change your fate. And yet, the weight of 1,000 deaths hung heavy in the air. The clash of swords felt like a symphony of despair, a reminder of the relentless march of time. He felt the universe spinning around him, vast and indifferent, as if to mock the struggles of mere mortals. In that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, a sorceress cloaked in silk, her eyes gleaming like gemstones. She carried whispers of the future on her lips, and as she approached, the air thickened with tension. You seek power, Mongol, she said, her voice a haunting melody. But know this, with power comes sacrifice. What are you willing to lose? Hulagu's breath caught in his throat. The question hung there, suspended in time like a pendulum, swinging back and forth between possibility and ruin. Would he sacrifice the man he could be, the brother who loved him, the dreams he once held sacred? I will do what must be done, he replied, the fire in his gut igniting. But doubt lingered, a ghost that would not be exorcised. Through the chaos, through the flickering flames that cast dancing shadows, a singular truth began to crystallize. The journey of conquest was not merely a path of blood, it was a labyrinth of choices, of dreams and nightmares woven together. Each step forward echoed with the heartbeat of 1,000 lives intertwined in a single, violent dance. As the clamor of war swelled around them, Hulagu and Jeeb stood on the precipice of destiny, their hearts a tempest of fear and resolve. In a world of shadows, they would either become legends or be consumed by the darkness. The clash of their souls against the weight of history would soon unfurl like a dark tapestry, and the night would hold its breath as they plunged into the abyss. And in that moment, under the haunting gaze of the moon, the stage was set for a nightmare that would reverberate through time, a dark symphony of love, loss, and the insatiable quest for immortality. The night air was thick with the stench of smoke and sweat, a sickly sweet melange that gnawed at the throat. I stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum. Above me, the stars flickered like dying embers, indifferent to the chaos below, while the city of Persepolis writhed under the specter of inevitable doom. I could hear the distant wails, echoes of mothers searching for lost children, lovers grasping at shadows, each cry a blade, slicing through the fragile veil of hope. Beside me, Darius, his eyes wide with disbelief, clutched my arm. They'll come for us, he gasped, his voice trembling like leaves in a storm. They'll tear this place apart. He was a soldier, once a proud protector of the empire, now reduced to a quivering husk, stripped of all bravado, just a man caught in the web of fate. I wanted to comfort him, to promise that everything would be all right, but how could I? The truth hung in the air like a noose, ready to tighten. And there stood Nora, fierce and unyielding, her dark hair whipping around her face like a tempest. She was my sister, and in her eyes burned the fire of 1,000 suns, a flickering light that still dared to defy the dark. We cannot let fear win, Darius, she shouted, her voice cutting through the despair. Fight or flee, we must choose. But deep down, I saw the shadows creeping in, the doubts that gnawed at her resolve like rats in an abandoned house. She was strong, yes, but even the strongest fortress crumbles under relentless siege. I remember the peaceful days before all this, how we played in the sun-drenched fields, laughter spilling from our mouths like a clear brook. But that was a time of dreams, a time when we believed in the tales of heroes and gods, when nothing could fracture the world we knew. Now, as the drums of war beat closer, those dreams felt like fragile glass, forever out of reach. Time is running out, I murmured, my breath hitching. I glanced at the ancient clock tower, its hands frozen in a mocking stillness, as if mocking our futile attempts to turn back the relentless march of fate. Each tick was a reminder of moments lost, choices unmade, a countdown to our own end. The shadows of history loomed over us, heavy and unyielding, whispering tales of empires that rose only to fall, of glory that turned to ash. Nora took a step forward, the fire in her eyes now tempered with dread. The gates will not hold, she whispered, almost to herself. They can't. I felt a knot tightening in my chest, my heart echoing her words, an unholy mantra that reverberated through our bones. I could hear the distant clamor of boots marching, the clinking of armor laced with the promise of violence. Fear dripped in the air, thick and suffocating, but my mind raced back to the time we had laughed over our fathers' tales of heroes, of the brave men who wielded swords like poetry, who faced death with a smirk. But now, faced with our own mortality, that smirk felt like a cruel joke. I was no hero, just a man watching the world unravel, powerless against the tide. "Will you fight?" Darius's voice quivered, his gaze flitting between us, searching for an anchor in the storm. "Will you stand beside me?" There was desperation in his tone, a plea born from the depths of his soul. I wanted to scream, to tell him that I would fight until my last breath, but all I could do was nod, a gesture that felt so pitiful, so small against the looming darkness. And then Nora stepped forward, fists clenched, defiance radiating from her. "Yes," she barked, her voice a clarion call that pierced through the shroud of despair. "We fight or we die. Together." The conviction in her words lit a spark deep within me, an ember of courage fighting against the suffocating fear. The ground trembled beneath us, the air vibrating with the weight of our collective dread. Shadows danced along the walls of the ancient city, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss, promises of pain and heartache. I could almost see the phantoms of those who had come before us, their faces twisted in agony, their cries woven into the fabric of the night. "Do you hear that?" Darius asked, tilting his head like a wounded animal. "The wind, it sounds like the cries of the fallen." I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart, the pulse of life racing against the encroaching darkness. But there was something in the air, an electric hum, an undeniable tension that wrapped around us like a shroud. The world felt suspended in time, a moment stretched to its breaking point, every breath a prayer, every heartbeat a countdown. A choice lay before us, heavy and foreboding, to fight, to embrace the chaos, or to surrender, to disappear into the shadows of history. "Whatever happens," I whispered, gripping Darius's shoulder, "we won't go quietly." The words felt hollow, but I clung to them like a lifeline. The enormity of the moment pressed down on us, suffocating and exhilarating all at once. As the first crash of war drums echoed through the night, reverberating like the pounding of 1,000 hearts, I knew we stood at the precipice. The siege of Persepolis loomed on the horizon, a dark tide threatening to swallow everything we knew. And in that moment, amidst the shadows and screams, I felt the fragile threads of our lives intertwine, Darius, Nora, and I, bound by an unbreakable chain of fate. We would face whatever came next, together, as the old world crumbled around us, as history shifted and reshaped itself into something unrecognizable. The time for dreams was over, the time for battle was upon us. And as we took our first steps into the chaos, I could only hope that somewhere, amidst the ruins, we would find our way back to the light. The air hung heavy with the scent of smoke and despair, a thick fog that wrapped itself around the walls of the once proud city of Nishapur. I remember the cries, haunting, piercing, echoing through the narrow streets. The ground trembled as hooves struck the earth, an ominous rhythm that heralded the arrival of death cloaked in the guise of conquest. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, my heart a drumbeat of dread as the shadows of the Mongol cavalry danced on the sun-baked stones. Beneath a canopy of muted skies, I caught sight of Amir Faraz, a man with a gaze that could etch fear into the bravest of souls. His face, marked with the scars of lost battles, held a fierce determination, but today, that fire flickered like a dying ember. "We cannot turn back," he whispered, voice taut with urgency. "The Mongols are not just warriors, they are a relentless tide, and we are but sandcastles in their wake." I felt the weight of his words wrap around us like the very smoke that suffocated the city, a noose tightening with every second. Beside him stood Layla, a tapestry of resilience woven through loss. Her brother had fallen to the blade of the invaders, a ghost haunting her every thought, his laughter a distant memory echoing in the cavern of her heart. I watched as she clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, a surge of fury mingling with the ache of grief. "I will not let them take any more," she vowed, each word a fierce promise, a spark of rebellion in a world painted grey with despair. The fire in her spirit mirrored the flames that had consumed her home, and I could see in her eyes the steely resolve of a warrior, even if she had never wielded a sword. The cacophony of doom swelled around us, the distant clash of metal on metal, the screams of the dying, and the ominous quiet of those who had already succumbed to the inevitable. I remember, I murmured, the weight of the memory crashing over me like a wave, when we watched the stars together, dreaming of futures untainted by blood. Those nights felt like they belonged to another life, the cosmos a blanket of hope stretched across the sky. But hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the cold reality of a world steeped in violence. The Mongols swept into the city like phantoms, their faces obscured behind masks of leather and iron, their eyes gleaming with the promise of conquest. I couldn't shake the image of their horses, black and wild as the night, galloping forth with an urgency that sent tremors through my bones. Each hoofbeat echoed the heart of a nation crumbling, the heartbeat of history unraveling before our eyes. The clang of the first sword met its mark, a visceral reminder of our mortality, and it struck me that in this moment, every second felt like an eternity. Fear gripped me, a cold hand tightening around my throat. I could sense Layla's gaze flicking toward me, a silent question hanging heavily in the air. "What do we do?" she breathed, her voice trembling. There was a raw vulnerability in her eyes, a plea for direction, for strength, for something, anything, to cling to amidst the chaos. "Fight," I replied, though the word tasted like ash in my mouth. "We fight for the fallen, for those who believed in a tomorrow." But my resolve wavered, for I knew deep down that the strength I spoke of was a flicker against the storm. How could we stand against a force birthed from the very fabric of nightmares? I felt far too human, far too fragile, as if I was made of glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. And yet, there was Amir, his fierce spirit pushing us forward. "We are not alone," he shouted, his voice rising above the din. "We have allies, those who see the encroaching darkness and choose to stand against it." With each word, he painted a picture of hope, a rallying cry that ignited a flicker of defiance in the hearts surrounding us. I could see others gathering, faces twisted in anger and determination, a tapestry of resistance woven from different threads of grief and courage. The horizon trembled with the promise of bloodshed, the clouds pregnant with impending doom. I watched as warriors joined our ranks, faces hard and set, each one a mirror of our shared pain, men and women who had lost so much yet found the will to fight. Their eyes burned with the memory of what had been, the longing to protect what remained. "Together, we will rewrite our fate," Layla declared, a fire igniting behind her tears. She took a step forward, as if stepping into a new destiny, and I felt my heart swell with something that felt almost like pride. But that pride hung heavy, an anchor in a tempest, as an eerie silence settled over our gathering, the calm before the storm. In that breathless moment, time seemed to stretch, a cruel reminder that the hourglass was tipping, grains of hope slipping through our fingers like sand into the abyss. I could hear the dull roar of the approaching Mongol horde, a symphony of doom that sent shivers racing down my spine. The echoes of that moment entwined with the shadows of our memories, the laughter of friends, the warmth of family, the dreams we had dared to dream. As the first arrow flew, piercing the air and striking its mark, I felt the world around me shatter. The battle cry erupted from our throats, a primal scream echoing against the mountain of fear that loomed above us. I remember, the surge of adrenaline as we surged forward, a wave of humanity crashing against the cold, unyielding tide of the Mongol forces, a desperate attempt to carve our names into the annals of history. We were not just fighters, we were echoes of every soul who had ever dreamed of a world untouched by the blood of war. In that moment, we became the storm, and the storm would not be silenced. The night embraced us as we plunged into the fray, each heartbeat a defiance against the darkness that sought to consume us whole. And as the shadows of our past converged with the chaos of the present, I knew that the battle for our future had only just begun. The ground shakes beneath my feet, rattling bones and memories alike, as the distant rumble of thunder rolls across the horizon. In Baghdad, storms come not just from the skies but from the hearts of men, torrential, unforgiving. I stand at the edge of a crumbling rooftop, overlooking the city that breathes history as much as it bleeds. The call to prayer echoes, a haunting melody woven with despair and hope. Each note carries the weight of 1,000 prayers whispered in desperation. I remember the night spent here, when the air was thick with dreams yet unfulfilled, when the stars above seemed to watch, waiting for the next act of a tragedy that unfolds with every heartbeat. Amira is down there somewhere, weaving through the alleys like a ghost. She moves with purpose but carries a shadow that clings to her, a reminder of the losses that haunt her footsteps. The weight of her past hangs heavy, a chain she drags behind her. I remember when she first told me about her brother, how his laughter filled the air like music, how he was everything to her. Until he was gone. She clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with anger and grief, swirling together like the dust storms that sweep through the city, choking the life from everything they touch. And then there's Farid, my friend whose loyalty runs deeper than the Tigris. Yet here he stands, torn between love for his homeland and the haunting whispers of betrayal. The war has etched lines of weariness on his face, lines that tell stories of broken promises and shattered dreams. I remember the day he confessed to me, his voice barely a whisper, "How do you fight for a land that forgets your name?" Each word was a dagger, piercing through the veil of our camaraderie. He wants to fight, to reclaim Baghdad from the darkness that threatens to swallow it whole, but the fear grips him like a vice. The night swells with tension, and I feel the pulse of the city beneath my fingertips, a living entity. The shadows shift, clinging to the walls like memories that refuse to fade. A sudden explosion tears through the air, a deafening roar that twists my stomach into knots. I see Amira freeze, her eyes wide, a deer caught in the headlights of calamity. Time stretches, elongating the moment until it aches, until it becomes unbearable. My heart races as I leap from the rooftop, the world spiraling away beneath me. I remember the taste of dust in the air, the metallic tang of fear mingling with the scent of burning oil. Amira has found her courage, I can see it in the set of her jaw, in the way she clenches her fists tightly. We are pushed together by fate, by the throbbing heart of Baghdad that demands we take a stand. We can't let them take our city, she breathes, her words slashing through the chaos. But what does it mean to reclaim something that feels eternally lost? The city has become a labyrinth of memories, each corner hiding a story, each stone whispering the names of those who fell. I remember my own fears creeping in like shadows, a chilling realization that sometimes, the fight isn't just against the enemy outside, it's against the ghosts within us. Farid's voice cuts through my thoughts, a fierce determination igniting the air between us. We have to move. Now. I can see the fire in his eyes, a flicker of hope against the backdrop of despair. We press onward, weaving through the narrow streets lined with crumbling walls that hold secrets like the deepest wells. Each echoing footstep feels like a countdown, each heartbeat a reminder that we are racing against time. The city is alive, breathing, a symphony of chaos and resilience. The colors swirl around us, dusty browns, vibrant blues, the flicker of fading lights in windows that hold stories of heartbreak and joy. The world outside feels like a nightmare, but here, in this moment, we are alive. I remember the laughter, the simple moments when hope felt tangible, as real as the ground beneath our feet. We are the pulse of Baghdad, caught in a struggle that will either define us or consume us whole. Then, just as the tension peaks, the world shatters. A flash of light, a grenade exploding, an unbearable cacophony. I see Amira thrown back, her body colliding with the hard ground, her scream piercing through the air like a siren of despair. Time slows, and I feel my heart break, shattering into 1,000 pieces. No! I manage to scream, pushing through the chaos, the smoke enveloping me like a thick fog. Farid is next to me, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he steadies me. Stay focused, he yells, but the world around us blurs, drowning in a sea of agony. I remember the stories of Baghdad, the grandeur of its past, the glory of its history. And now, it's a battlefield, a graveyard for dreams. I reach for Amira, my fingers brushing against her skin, a lifeline in the tumult. But Baghdad is unforgiving. The air thickens with desperation, the weight of history bearing down upon us. I feel it all, the anger, the sorrow, the unrelenting desire to fight back. And as I look into Amira's eyes, the flicker of defiance remains. Each moment, each breath, pulls me deeper into the madness. The city becomes our battleground, filled with ghosts of the past, suffocated dreams, and the flickering hope of tomorrow. What does it mean to be alive when the world around you is on fire? Baghdad is a paradox, a place of beauty wrapped in chaos. I remember the stories etched in the very bones of the city, the monuments that rise defiantly against the weight of loss. The question lingers in the air like smoke: can we rise from the ashes, or will we too become just another whisper lost in time? As the smoke clears, as the sun casts its feeble light on the scars of the city, I cling to that question. We are not just fighting for a place on a map, we are fighting for every heartbeat, every hope, every flicker of light in the overwhelming darkness. I remember the laughter, the dreams, and the pulse of Baghdad that refuses to die. It wraps around us, fierce and unyielding, a reminder that no matter how deep the shadows stretch, there will always be a light fighting to shine through. And so, we march forward, our hearts intertwined with the very soul of the city, ready to confront whatever lies ahead in this relentless storm. A silence, thick and suffocating, hung over the city of Baghdad like a heavy shroud. Night had wrapped its cold fingers around the walls, and the air buzzed with tension. I stood there, my heart racing, every beat a reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the crumbling fortifications. The moon was a ghostly sentinel, peering down as if to witness the end of an era, a twisted tragedy played out against the backdrop of ancient stones that had seen empires rise and fall, heroes birthed and slaughtered, dreams ignited only to be snuffed out. Across the narrow street, I caught sight of Layla. Her dark hair whipped around her face, wild and untamed like the spirit of the city itself. I had known her laughter once, bright, like the sun breaking through storm clouds. Now, her eyes were shadows, reflecting a resolve formed in the crucible of fear. She was not a warrior, she was a mother, a daughter, and a beloved friend, but in this moment, she was everything fierce and desperate. Her hands clutched a worn leather pouch, heavy with the weight of what mattered, a scrap of cloth from her son's blanket, a faded photograph of her father, and a knife, its blade glinting with an unsettling promise. "Stay close," she whispered, her breath a ghost against the night air. I nodded, but fear gnawed at my insides. I remember the city's heartbeat, pulsing with life one moment, and then an eerie stillness the next, as if the walls themselves held their breath, waiting for the inevitable crash of fate. The gates loomed before us, ancient sentinels forged in the fires of history. They were crumbling, yet magnificent, like an aging warrior still capable of inflicting wounds. I often joked about the walls, how they were like a bad haircut, imposing from a distance but a mess up close. But now, in the grip of impending chaos, I felt the weight of their presence. They were alive, breathing, whispering tales of blood and sacrifice. Each crack in their surface was a story of betrayal, of hope, of moments lost in the endless void of time. Beside me, Amir shifted uneasily. He was tall, too tall for his own good, with a face that wore years of worry like a well-fitted cloak. I could see the conflict raging within him, a tempest of loyalty and despair. He was the one who had convinced Layla to stay, to fight for what was left of our home instead of fleeing into the unknown, a decision that now haunted him like a specter. "Do you remember the stories?" Amir's voice was a low rumble, almost swallowed by the night. The tales of heroes who defended these walls. I remembered. I remembered the warmth of his laughter mingled with the scent of fresh bread, our shared dreams of a future that felt so tangible then. But those dreams were distant echoes now, fading faster than the light of day. The weight of his words hung in the air, a desperate plea for meaning amidst the chaos. The gates creaked ominously, looming like a giant's maw, ready to swallow the unwary whole. A shiver raced down my spine as I watched the shadows shift. Ghostly figures flitted past in the dark, whispers of the past intertwining with the present. It was as if the city itself was alive, aching to tell its stories, its sorrows, its heartbreak. And then, in the distance, the rumble of hooves, thunderous, relentless. The enemy was coming. I could feel it. A wave of dread crashed over me, suffocating, overwhelming. I looked at Layla, her knuckles white against the pouch, and I saw the fear etched on her face. I wanted to comfort her, to brush away her terror with words, but the words felt hollow, like empty shells washed up on a desolate shore. "Hold on," I whispered, although I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince. I remembered the stories of the Great Gates, their purpose was to protect, but now they felt more like a prison. I envisioned the grand celebrations that once echoed through the corridors, the music and laughter flowing like wine, but all that remained was the oppressive silence, the gnawing fear of what lay ahead. I turned back to Amir, who was staring at the gates as if they held the answers to the universe. What if they breach the walls? He swallowed hard, his throat moving like a pendulum. Then we fight. Fight. The word tasted bitter on my tongue. I remembered the stories, the heroes who fell, the sacrifices made for glory. But glory felt so far removed from our reality, so out of reach. But the rumble grew closer, a promise of chaos, and I felt the walls tremble beneath my feet. The shadows lengthened, twisting into grotesque shapes, reminiscent of the ghosts of those who had come before us. I could hear their whispers, their warnings, their regrets. The echoes of the past seemed to merge with our present, binding us to a fate we could not escape. "Layla!" I shouted, my voice laced with urgency. "We need to move." As we edged toward the gates, the air crackled with an electric anticipation, a violent promise of what was to come. The night held its breath, and I felt time stretch, elastic and taut. My heart raced, a wild stallion in a storm. Each moment felt like eternity, a heartbeat away from catastrophe. Layla turned, her eyes fierce and wild, a lioness ready to defend her young. "We will not be broken," she vowed, voice steady despite the tremors of the earth beneath us. But the gates, those ancient defenders, seemed to quiver, as if caught in a battle of their own. Would they hold? Would they shatter into dust under the weight of our fears? I didn't know. I could only feel, and as the night deepened, I drowned in the weight of it. The world around us erupted into chaos, the clash of steel, the cries of the desperate, the relentless march of time that moved ever forward, indifferent to our plight. We stood at the precipice, our hearts a cacophony of fear and hope, and I knew with a gut-wrenching certainty that nothing would ever be the same again. And so, we prepared to face the shadows together, bound by the walls that had sheltered us and would now bear witness to our trials. The gates were not just wood and iron, they were the threshold of our destiny, the fine line between what was lost and what could still be saved. The night was dark, but there was a spark of defiance, an ember of hope that flickered even in despair. We were alive, and that was our only weapon against the encroaching darkness. We would fight, not just for ourselves, but for the very soul of Baghdad. The stage was set, and the story was far from over. The night was heavy, a shroud soaked in shadows, as if the moon herself had clutched her light too tightly, unwilling to shine upon the crumbling city of Baghdad. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to choke on, whispering secrets of dread and doom. Al-Mustasim's breath hitched, he stood upon the battered ramparts of his once great palace, and the world beyond felt like a living nightmare. Fire flickered in the distance, a distant echo of chaos, of an empire unraveling thread by thread. His heart raced, pounding like war drums in his chest, each beat a reminder of his impotence as the tides of fate turned ominously against him. I remember the weight of his crown, heavy and suffocating, a relic of a power that felt more like a curse than a blessing. Al-Mustasim, the last Abbasid Caliph, a man caught in the grip of despair, his ghostly visage reflecting the agony of a history teetering on the brink. His eyes, once bright with ambition, now dulled by the nightmare that unfolded before him, a relentless siege tightening like a noose, pulling tighter, squeezing the breath from his lungs. He was a king without a kingdom, a leader without followers, adrift in a sea of despair. And then there was Ibn al-Wathiq, his closest advisor, a man whose loyalty battled fiercely against the gnawing fear nestled in the pit of his stomach. Ibn al-Wathiq was a paradox, a scholar steeped in wisdom yet tangled in the web of what ifs. He paced like a caged lion, the flickering torchlight casting monstrous shadows against the walls, shadows that danced mockingly as if to remind him of the impending doom. His hands trembled, not from cowardice, but from the sheer weight of his own regret. "My Caliph," he implored, his voice a fragile thread in the tempest, "we must act. We are losing them, our people, our very essence." I remember the taste of salt on my lips, a bitter reminder of the tears shed in silence, of families torn asunder, of a city slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. Al-Mustasim's gaze drifted over the throngs of people, the muffled cries for help blending with the distant clash of swords, each sound a dagger twisting deeper into his heart. He felt their anguish as if it were his own, a gnawing abyss of guilt and sorrow. How had it come to this? The night felt endless, and hope had become but a ghost haunting the corners of his mind. As fear clenched its icy grip on the palace, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He turned to Ibn al-Wathiq, and the words spilled out like a desperate prayer. "We will fight. We cannot let them take our home." The flames of resilience sparked in his voice, echoing against the stone walls. Yet beneath that resolve, uncertainty gnawed at him, a malignant tumor steadily consuming his spirit. Was he a king leading his people into glory, or a fool marching them toward annihilation? "No, my Caliph," Ibn al-Wathiq pleaded. "We cannot fight against the Mongol tide. It's a storm we cannot weather." The desperation in his voice mirrored the panic in his heart, and in that moment, the weight of their choices crashed down upon them like 1,000 falling stars. The air thickened, and the silence swelled, pregnant with the unsaid, the unthinkable. The two men stood at the precipice of a choice that would change their fates forever. Outside, the fires blazed brighter, consuming everything in their path. Al-Mustasim felt the heat on his face, a mocking kiss of destruction. Memories washed over him, tender laughter echoing in the streets, the scent of spices wafting through the air, the vibrant life that once pulsed through the veins of Baghdad like a heartbeat. He could see it all slipping away, a mirage fading into the horizon. A chill crept into the marrow of his bones as the realization settled in. He was watching his dreams burn, and with them, the very essence of his identity. Time twisted and warped, a cruel mirage as he glanced at Ibn al-Wathiq. Their eyes locked, two souls wrestling with the weight of a world collapsing around them. "What is a king without his people?" Al-Mustasim whispered, the words tasting bitter yet familiar, a solemn echo of the past. The fabric of their existence was fraying, and they stood on the edge of an abyss, each heartbeat echoing the futility of their plight. The night deepened, shadows thickening like a shroud, suffocating in its intensity. The distant sounds of chaos grew louder, a cacophony of despair spilling into the silence like a broken promise. And yet, amidst the chaos, there was a flicker of rebellion, a haunting melody rising from the ashes of their crumbling empire. The people were not finished. They would fight, they would scream, they would defend their home until the last breath escaped their lips. I remember the moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, a heartbeat away from the final confrontation. Al-Mustasim drew in a breath, tasting the acrid air, filled with smoke and sorrow, a cocktail of desperation and defiance. He felt a surge of clarity, a momentary glimmer in a world shadowed by despair. "Then we shall lead them," he declared, the words spilling forth like a dam breaking. "We shall show them that their spirits cannot be extinguished." But in his heart, a flicker of doubt remained, twisting like a serpent. Would they be saviors or martyrs, heroes or ghosts? The clock tower in the distance tolled ominously, echoing through the night, each chime marking the passage of time, a countdown to their fate. And as the first screams of battle echoed through the streets, Al-Mustasim stood tall, a king encased in uncertainty, staring into the abyss, wondering if he, too, would be swallowed whole. Time was slipping, and as it did, the shadows grew longer, darker, whispering secrets of a forgotten age. The winds of change howled, and in that eerie silence before the storm, the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills, for the moment when hope would either take flight or perish in the flames of despair. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic tang of impending doom. I stood, heart pounding, beneath the shadow of a monstrous contraption that loomed like a beast hungry for destruction. The Mongol siege engines towered above me, great wooden behemoths, their sinewy ropes and fierce, unyielding frames stretched taut, whispering the promises of devastation. I could almost hear the cries of the men who had built them, their dreams infused into the wood, now transformed into harbingers of chaos. I remember the first time I laid eyes on one of these engines, a simple woodcutter's curiosity twisted into a nightmare. I watched as the Mongol warriors, fierce and unrelenting, moved with a precision that seemed almost otherworldly. It was then that I met Jorik, a skilled engineer, whose hands held the secrets of these engines like fragile birds. Jorik was a man haunted by the ghosts of his creations, his eyes like dark wells, reflecting the horrors he had witnessed. He would often say, "Every bolt, every piece of wood, each holds a story. But they're not all happy tales." I could feel the weight of those words in my bones, a chill that settled deep within me. Beside Jorik stood Rena, a fierce warrior with a heart wrapped in armor. She was a flame in the darkness, her spirit unbreakable, yet each swing of her sword belied the turmoil within. She had seen families torn apart, cities reduced to ashes, and through it all, she fought on, fueled by a rage that threatened to consume her. I watched her as she gripped her weapons, knuckles white, a tempest brewing in her chest. "We fight for our home," she would say, each syllable a defiance against the despair that sought to swallow her whole. But I knew, deep down, that the line between protector and monster was thin, and it quaked under the weight of her choices. Every night, the engines creaked and groaned, as if they too felt the burden of the lives they were about to shatter. The moon hung low, a pale witness to the unfolding chaos. Jorik would work late, oiling the mechanisms and whispering old songs of his homeland, melodies that felt like distant memories, fading in the haze of blood and smoke. I often stood beside him, captivated by the way his hands moved over the wood, but also terrified by the knowledge that each rotation of the wheel was a step closer to catastrophe. "We are the architects of our own demise," he murmured one night, his voice barely above a whisper. I felt the truth of it, a chill that curled around my spine. The day of reckoning arrived with a silence that felt unnatural, as if the world itself held its breath. The sun, a fiery eye in the sky, cast long shadows that danced over the battlements of the city opposing us. I could hear Rena's heartbeat echoing in my ears as she prepared for the onslaught, the weight of her sword a familiar comfort. "This is it," she whispered, but I could see the uncertainty flickering behind her fierce resolve. She was a warrior, yes, but she was also a woman, burdened with the scars of war, each one a testament to the lives she'd taken and the innocents caught in the crossfire. Then, with a shudder that rippled through the ground, the engines unleashed their wrath. The projectiles ripped through the air with a terrifying grace, whistling like the lament of lost souls. I watched, frozen, as the first boulder struck the wall with an earth-shattering blow. It felt personal, an affront to the very essence of humanity. The sound of crumbling stone was a symphony of despair, and I could almost hear the cries of those who would soon be lost. Each impact was a pulse, a rhythm of destruction that quickened my heartbeat. Jorik stood by my side, knuckles white on the railing, watching his monstrous creations at work. "They will remember us," he said, but the despair in his voice cut deeper than any blade. "They will remember us not as builders, but as destroyers." His eyes reflected the chaos before us, twin pools of sorrow and regret. In that moment, I realized that this was not just a battle, this was a reckoning. The siege engines were more than wood and rope, they were a mirror reflecting our darkest desires and fears. Rena charged forward, a vision of fury and grace, her sword glinting in the sun. I saw her leap, a warrior caught in the throes of her own storm, and I felt the ground tremble beneath us. The clash of steel on steel rang like a funeral dirge, each strike echoing the heartbeat of a dying world. I wanted to scream, to pull her back from the edge of madness, but I was paralyzed, trapped in a moment where time seemed to stretch like a taut bowstring. I remember the shadows that crept along the edges of my vision, the whispers of the past mingling with the cries of the present. Everywhere I turned, I saw ghosts, lost souls, remnants of lives once lived, now only memories drifting through this nightmare. The city burned, and with it, our humanity flickered and dimmed. And as the siege engines continued their relentless assault, I felt myself oscillating between the thrill of brutal power and the despair of the innocent lives lost. Through it all, Jorik and Rena fought, their hearts intertwined in a dance of chaos and courage, each action a desperate grasp for meaning amid the madness. I realized then that their struggles were not just against the enemy, they were battling the creeping darkness within themselves, a darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. I stood in the eye of their storm, a witness to the unraveling of souls caught in an eternal cycle of violence. And as I held my breath, caught between the swirling chaos and the haunting silence, I knew that this was only the beginning. The engines rumbled like thunder, and in their wake, they left a trail of heartbreak and fury. The siege was far from over, it was merely the prelude to something darker, something we would never forget. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of more battles to come, a relentless march toward the shadows, where the lines between right and wrong blurred into an abyss of despair. And in that abyss, we found ourselves lost, together, forever altered by the weight of our choices, the scars we bore, and the ghosts that would haunt us long after the last stone fell. The air was thick with tension, saturated with the metallic scent of possibility and fear. A whisper of wind, like a ghost's breath, skittered across the barren landscape, sending chills down the spine of anyone brave, or foolish, enough to listen. I crouched low, heart hammering against my ribs, the world narrowing to the size of a pinhole. My breath came in shallow gasps, each inhale stinging like ice in my lungs. I remember the trees, skeletal and gnarled, their branches reaching out like fingers grasping for salvation, or for a lost soul. Jasper's fingers twitched beside me. I glanced at him, his eyes wide, pupils dilated, reflecting a tempest of emotions. Fear, yes, but also something darker, something hungry. This wasn't just reconnaissance anymore. This was survival. The mission had begun, but the stakes loomed larger than we ever anticipated. "We shouldn't be here," he hissed, voice trembling, tight with a desperation that mirrored my own. "They could be watching. They could be." "Shut up," I snapped, the urgency in his tone only amplifying the dread gnawing at my gut. I could feel the weight of his fear, heavy and palpable, mixing with my own. Sometimes, I wished I could shake him loose from his turmoil, but then I remembered. He was a mirror, reflecting my own flaws, my own broken pieces. Each of us haunted by the ghosts of memories not yet made, of choices not yet taken. A rustle broke the silence, sharp and sudden. It felt like a heartbeat, rapid and erratic, echoing through the stillness. I held my breath, and in that frozen moment, time warped and twisted around us. Shadows danced in the corner of my vision, flickering like candle flames in the wind. The night seemed alive, every rustle, every whisper a promise of danger lurking just beyond the periphery. I remember when we thought this would be easy, I murmured, sarcasm dripping like poison on my tongue, bitter. Jasper laughed, a short, sharp sound that held no amusement, only a reminder of our misplaced bravado, lost in the fog of reckless youth. Suddenly, a figure emerged, a silhouette carved from the shadows, moving with the silent grace of a predator. My heart raced, crashing against my ribs like a wild animal trying to escape a cage. We were in too deep now, trapped in a web of our own making. I could see the glimmer of steel, the flash of a blade under the sliver of moonlight, and I knew, in that moment, that this was no ordinary encounter. "Get down!" I hissed, instinct overriding reason as I pushed Jasper to the ground. The world exploded into chaos. I was hyper-aware of everything, the crunch of leaves, the distant howl of wolves, the tightening knot in my throat. Each sound was a reminder of our frailty, of how close we were to the abyss. Jasper's breath was warm against my ear, frantic and uneven. "What do we do?" he whispered, the tremor in his voice sending ripples of panic through my gut. I didn't have an answer. There was no plan, only the instinct to survive, to fight against the tide of despair threatening to pull us under. And then, the shadows lunged. My body reacted before my mind could catch up, adrenaline surged, sharp and electric, as I rolled, ready to confront the darkness. But it wasn't just the figure that moved. It was something more, a collective force that surged through the air, a reminder of everything we had lost and everything we stood to lose. I grabbed the nearest weapon, a crude dagger, its handle slick with sweat and desperation. The fight was primal, a dance of survival, each thrust echoing the silent screams of dreams deferred. I remember the glint of the blade, the way it sang through the air, slicing through hopes and fears alike. But in the chaos, I caught glimpses of Jasper, his eyes wide, his hands trembling as he fought against something far greater than flesh and bone. "Jasper, focus!" I shouted, but my voice felt small against the roar of the night. I could see the shadow advance towards him, a specter of our worst fears made manifest. Anger surged within me, a raw, visceral fury that belied my own insecurities. I rushed forward, a blur of motion, adrenaline thrumming in my veins. I swung with everything I had, the weight of my choices behind me. Time warped again, and for a moment, it was just him and me, two souls caught in a whirlwind of terror and determination. I saw the fear in his eyes, yes, but also the flicker of something else, resilience. The clash of metal rang out, a chilling symphony that echoed through the hollow night. Each blow felt like a heartbeat, a reminder that we were alive, that we were fighting with every breath we had left. I remember the taste of blood, my own, or perhaps his, but it didn't matter, pain was nothing compared to the weight of our decisions. And then, in a heartbeat, it was over. The silhouette crumpled, disappearing into the shadows like a ghost swallowed by darkness. I stood there, chest heaving, the world spinning around me. Everything felt warped and surreal, a nightmare dipped in crimson. "Are you okay?" I turned to Jasper, voice barely a whisper, the question draped in the heavy silence that followed the storm. His face was pale, eyes wide with disbelief, but beneath the surface, I saw something shift, a flicker of strength igniting where fear had once Saturday. I think so," he stammered, but the quiver in his voice betrayed him. I reached out, our fingers brushing for just a moment, an unspoken promise that we were in this together, even when the shadows loomed large. In that heartbeat, I felt the boundaries between us dissolve, the ghosts of our past melding with the urgency of our present. The world felt vast and empty, yet filled with an unshakable resolve. We were not just survivors, we were warriors, forged in the fires of a battlefield neither of us had chosen but both were bound to. But the night was far from over. There was still the echo of what remained unseen, the lurking shadows that whispered of more encounters, more skirmishes to come. We were trapped in this cycle, bound to the relentless push and pull of fate. And as we took our first tentative steps into the unknown, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning, that the real confrontation lay in shadows yet unseen. The air was electric, charged with the promise of what was to come. I remember the weight of anticipation hanging heavy between us, a thread woven into the fabric of our uncertain fate. With every heartbeat, we moved forward, caught in the dance of survival, reckless and alive, yet haunted, always haunted. The world awaited, and so did our destiny. The air hung thick, electric, as the first blade struck stone, a shattering echo that sliced through the suffocating silence. I remember the breathless moment, heart stuttering like a broken clock, when the walls of Greyhold shuddered under the weight of impending doom. From my perch atop the crumbling battlements, shadows shifted like restless spirits, whispering tales of what lay ahead, a siege unlike any other, a storm brewing on the horizon. I felt the cold steel of the crossbow pressed against my cheek, the scent of sweat and fear mingling with the pungent smoke curling from the campfires below. Elias stood beside me, his face a mask of resolve, yet I could see the tremor in his hands, the way his breath quickened, a slow dance with dread. His son, John, barely a boy at the cusp of manhood, had begged him to stay safe, a plea muffled beneath the roar of war. I remember John's wide, innocent eyes, begging for a father who might never return. "Look at them," Elias muttered, voice low, barely above a whisper. Like wolves prowling in the night. The enemy camp spread out beneath us, a mass of dark figures, some lit by flickering torches, all hungry for blood. I couldn't help but think of the moments leading to this, the laughter shared over meager meals, dreams woven into the fabric of each day. Now, those dreams lay scattered like fallen leaves, memories fading under the weight of fear. Then came the first volley. Arrows screamed through the air, their fletching whispering secrets of death as they rained down, seeking flesh. I felt the thud of impact resonate in my bones, the chilling realization that each arrow might carry the name of someone I knew, someone I loved. I remember the moment my heart sank, not just for my own survival, but for all the lives entangled in this web of conflict. A whoosh, a snap, and Elias's crossbow sang as it released. A single arrow sailed through the night and struck true, an enemy warrior crumpled, a lifeless heap against the rocks. But there was no victory in that act, only a hollow echo resounded in my chest. Each kill was a reminder of our own humanity slipping away, like sand through fingers. From the chaos emerged another figure, rear, fierce and unyielding, a warrior cloaked in shadows. I could see her determination, her eyes burning with a fire that sought justice, revenge. She had lost her brother to the last raid, and every fiber of her being screamed for retribution. But with each step she took toward the fray, the weight of her grief threatened to pull her under, like a stone sinking in dark waters. The darkness of her pain was palpable, a hunger that gnawed at her soul. "Rear!" I shouted, my voice trembling against the din of battle. "Be careful!" But she was already lost to the chaos, her shadow slipping into the fray. I couldn't bear to watch, I couldn't allow fear to paralyze me. I turned back to the battlements, heart racing, each thump echoing with the dread of knowing this was only the beginning. Early assaults, the relentless beat of war drums echoed in my ears. Strategy unfolded like a sinister play before us, each move choreographed by desperation. I remember the whispers of the commanders, faces etched with anxiety as they plotted, their voices a low murmur against the backdrop of violence. "We'll strike at dawn," they said, mapping out the terrain, eyes flicking toward the enemy, the ever-looming threat of their advance. The hours stretched, time a cruel trickster as the siege tightened its grip. I watched as fear morphed into resolve around me. Hearts that had once danced in the warmth of camaraderie now beat in unison with the pulse of survival. We were no longer villagers or warriors, we were a tapestry of hope woven from threads of despair. I remember the moment shared in the dark, shadows gathered around flickering flames, hands clasped in silent prayers, the weight of unspoken fears hanging like a heavy cloak. Each moment seemed to stretch, fragile as glass, shattering at the slightest touch. The air was thick with unfiltered dreams of what might come, survival, loss, love, and fear. Then came the clash, a violent thunder of metal meeting metal. I felt the vibrations through the ground as the enemy surged, their battle cries echoing like a nightmare unleashed. Rhea fought beside me, her fury a tempest, slicing through the haze of chaos. Yet, there was a flicker of doubt in her movements, a hesitation that betrayed the fear gnawing at her. Would she lose herself? Would she become the very thing she sought to destroy? The scent of blood mingled with the smoke, a grotesque perfume that lingered in the air, suffocating hope. I fought beside Elias, but it was a dance of shadows, striking, retreating, always wary of the next blow that could shatter our fragile existence. Each clash felt like a countdown, every heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. "Stay close," Elias barked, but I could feel his resolve wavering. The fear of losing everything, everyone, seeped into the cracks of his facade. I wanted to scream, to push back against the tide of despair, but words hung heavy on my tongue, weighed down by the looming shadows of uncertainty. Time lost meaning in the chaos. Moments stretched like shadows at dusk, each heartbeat echoing with the weight of our choices. In that cacophony of war, amidst the screams and the clash of steel, I felt a profound understanding. We were bound, tethered by our shared fears and hopes, our hearts beating as one in this dark night. As the siege began in earnest, the night swallowed us whole, but within that darkness, a flicker of defiance ignited. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for each other, for the laughter shared over meager meals, for the dreams woven into the fabric of our lives. The battle had just begun, and with it, a storm of emotion churned deep within, relentless and unforgiving. In the abyss of chaos, as the world trembled on the precipice of despair, we stood resolute, hearts entwined in a desperate struggle against the shadows. The siege had begun, but our story was only just unfolding, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a haunting reminder that even in the darkest of nights, hope flickered like a distant star, waiting to be ignited. Darkness clung to the city like a shroud, its breath heavy with the stench of smoke and blood. Shadows danced on the cobblestones, twisting and turning, whispering secrets that would never see the light of day. An explosion ripped through the stillness, a haunting reminder of the war that gnawed at the edges of existence. I remember standing there, heart pounding, sweat trickling down my back, the air thick with dread. Time folded in on itself, seconds stretched into eternities, each tick of the clock a grim reminder of what was at stake. In the aftermath, I saw her, Elena, crouched behind a crumbling wall, her eyes wide, reflecting the firelight. A spy, trained to weave through the threads of deception. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely a tremor in the chaos. The fear creeping into her tone made my skin crawl. I wanted to reach out, to pull her close, to shield her from the nightmares that had infected our world. But my hands betrayed me, trembling, as if they were reminding me of the weight of the decisions we had made, the choices that had led us here. "Stay quiet," I hissed, my heart racing as I scanned for threats. In that moment, I was more than a soldier, I was a protector navigating a minefield of secrets. I remembered every word she had spoken in the dark, the confessions of a life lived in the shadows. "Every lie is a thread," she had said. "Pull one, and the whole tapestry unravels." But now, each thread felt like a noose, tightening around our throats. The gravity of her role, the burden of her choices, cast her in a light that made my heart ache. She was brilliant yet flawed, a moth drawn to the flame of truth with no regard for the burn. Across the rubble, a figure emerged, cloaked in the night, eyes glinting like shards of glass. It was Marcus, the informant, straddling the line between friend and foe. He had a grin that twisted like a knife, equal parts charm and treachery. "You two look like you've seen a ghost," he sneered, his voice a syrupy, unsettling melody. "Or perhaps you're the ghosts." "Shut up, Marcus," I snapped, feeling the tension coiling like a serpent. "We don't have time for your games." But he reveled in the chaos, feeding off the fear that crackled in the air like electricity. He was a man who thrived on secrets, a dealer of information who could sway the tide of war with a single whispered word. I resented him, yet I could not deny the pull he had on me, an unholy alliance forged in the fires of desperation. "I'm afraid the game has just begun," he said, tilting his head, his eyes narrowing. "The enemy knows more than you think. They've planted spies in our midst. Trust no one." My instinct screamed in protest. The thought of betrayal coiled within me, a venomous snake. I glanced at Elena, whose resolve seemed to harden with each word. She was a warrior at heart, yet the shadows had claimed pieces of her soul. "We need to find out who they are," she murmured, her voice steadying like a blade sharpening in the dark. As we huddled together, the weight of our mission hung like a storm cloud above us. Each word exchanged was a fragile lifeline, tethering us to the hope of survival. I remember the first time I tasted betrayal, I confessed, almost to myself. It was like swallowing glass, sharp, cutting, leaving me gasping for breath. The memory gnawed at me, ripping open old wounds. My mind spiraled to the past, a time when trust was a currency I had squandered. The betrayal of a friend had cost lives, had turned allies into enemies. I wasn't ready to face that again. "Then we do this together," Elena said, her voice fierce, an ember igniting in the pit of my stomach. "No matter what it takes." "Together," I echoed, the word feeling like a pact, a promise infused with our shared fears and dreams. But how do you unite a trio forged in shadows and secrets? In that moment, I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, each second a reminder that time was not on our side. Suddenly, gunfire erupted nearby, the sound echoing like thunder. We ducked instinctively, hearts racing, adrenaline flooding our veins. The world outside became a cacophony of chaos, the distant cries of the wounded, the shouts of soldiers, the explosions that shattered the night. "Get down!" Marcus shouted, but there was a glint in his eye, a twisted excitement. I felt the surge of anger boil within me. This was not a game, these were lives at stake. Elena and I exchanged a glance, a silent understanding, a bond forged in the crucible of war. "We need to move," I urged, but the shadows were closing in, we could feel them creeping closer, relentless in their pursuit. As we fled through the alleys, every corner turned felt like a portal to a darker reality. The city was alive, a beast that fed on fear, and we were merely the prey. Each heartbeat pounded like a war drum, each breath heavy with the weight of our choices. "Do you remember when we first met?" Elena's voice cut through the chaos, a memory surfacing like a ghost. "We were just kids, playing a dangerous game." "Yeah," I whispered, the warmth of that memory clashing with the chill of the present. "But now it's not just a game anymore." And yet, there in the darkness, amidst the shadows that whispered and the ghosts that lingered, the threads of our fates intertwined. We were bound together not just by the mission, but by the sheer, raw fear that coursed through our veins. The clock ticked on, relentless in its march toward an uncertain end. Time was a treacherous ally, and as we plunged deeper into the abyss, I felt the weight of the world pressing down upon my shoulders. We were but pawns in an ancient game, each move fraught with peril. But one thing was clear, whether we faced the dawn or the darkness, we would do it together, hand in hand, bound by secrets and the haunting specters of our pasts. And in that shared silence, amidst the chaos, the unknown loomed, monstrous yet alluring, waiting to be confronted. The air is thick with the acrid smell of smoke, the remnants of what was once a vibrant marketplace now reduced to ash and whispers. I stand at the edge of the rubble, heart pounding like a war drum, every pulse a reminder that survival is an act of rebellion against the void that surrounds us. A distant scream cuts through the grayness, a chilling reminder that life here is fragile, teetering on the brink of oblivion. I remember how the sky once shimmered blue, how laughter echoed down cobblestone streets now choked with silence and hushed prayers. We were fools then, oblivious to the shadows creeping ever closer. Now, with each sunrise, hope feels like a cruel joke, a bitter reminder of what we've lost. The walls that once echoed with music now only listen to the sound of despair. Elena, my sister, clutches a torn piece of fabric, her fingers trembling as she reaches for the memories woven into its threads. "Look, it was mine," she whispers, eyes glazed, a child trapped in a nightmare. It was a dress that danced with sunlight, that twirled with dreams. A relic of innocence. Now it's just another casualty of this relentless siege. I want to shield her from the truth, to tell her the world will one day return to life, but the weight of my own doubt suffocates the words. In the distance, a cannon fires, its roar echoing like a death knell, and I flinch. "Go hide." I shout, urgency spilling from my lips, but she doesn't move. She's frozen in that moment, the past and present colliding in her haunted gaze. "We can't keep running," she says, so small, so brave. I wish I could promise her safety, but what is safety in a world where each breath feels like an act of defiance? Instead, I grip her hand tighter, feeling the pulse of her fear flow into me. And then there's Marcus, the neighbor we all admired, tall, with laughter that seemed to chase away the dark. But now, his spirit is broken, eyes hollowed from sleepless nights spent listening to ghosts. He stands at the corner of what was once a playground, staring into the distance like a soldier lost on a battlefield long after the fight is over. Once, he spoke of dreams under starlit skies, now, he counts the unlit windows, the lives extinguished, one by one. "I remember when we thought this would end," he mutters, voice cracking under the weight of reality, as if those very words could conjure the sun back into the sky. I want to shake him, to remind him of the laughter we shared, but the silence between us grows thicker, a chasm that even our memories cannot bridge. The ghosts of our shared past flit at the edges of our minds, taunting us, reminding us of who we were before the siege. I remember the time we snuck into the tavern for the last of the mead, how the warmth of friendship wrapped around us like a blanket, how the world felt alive. Now, that warmth feels like a distant star, flickering weakly against the void. As night descends, the shadows grow long and the streets come alive with the whispers of those who once thrived here. I can see their faces in the flickering candlelight, the memories haunting me like a soft breeze. Life slips away like grains of sand, and I feel it slipping through my fingers, each second a reminder of impermanence. "Do you think we'll ever feel safe again?" Elena asks, and I want to say yes, but the truth feels heavy in my throat, like a stone choking the hope from my words. Instead, I wrap my arms around her, drawing her closer. I feel the warmth of her body, a small flame against the encroaching cold. But even that warmth feels like a lie, a fleeting comfort in a world turned upside down. The sound of laughter echoes in my mind, a cruel reminder of what was. I remember our games, our dreams, the way time felt like an endless river. Now, it feels like a noose tightening with each passing hour. I watch Marcus shift, his eyes scanning the darkness, searching for something, anything, that might remind him of better days. The clock tower tolls, its sound reverberating through the streets, a heartbeat of the city. Each chime is a reminder of lives lost, lives that could have been. I remember the baker down the street, his smile warm and inviting. Now, his shop is an empty shell, haunted by the ghosts of recipes never baked, bread never shared. The thought gnaws at my insides, a reminder of the weight we all carry, the scars etched into the fabric of our lives. As the moon rises, casting an eerie glow on the ruins, I feel a shift in the air, a tension like the final breath before the storm. I look at Elena, her eyes reflecting the light, and I wonder if she can see the darkness creeping in. "We'll find a way to survive," I whisper, but my voice trembles, betraying the fear lodged in my gut. "Will we?" she replies, the innocence in her question cutting deeper than any blade. I grapple with my response, the truth clawing at my insides like a wild animal, but all I can do is hold her tighter, hoping that my presence alone can shield her from the encroaching shadows. In the distance, the sounds of chaos rise again, the clash of steel, the wailing of the wounded, an orchestra of destruction. My heart races, adrenaline surging as I pull Elena close. I know we must move, must find sanctuary, but the weight of despair threatens to pin us down. I catch a glimpse of Marcus, poised at the edge of the street like a statue, heart heavy with the knowledge of what lies ahead. With a sudden, fierce determination, I tug Elena forward. We can't stand still, I say, the urgency in my voice echoing the chaos surrounding us. We step into the shadows as the world around us becomes a blur of smoke, cries, and fading memories. Time bends, stretches, and snaps back as we run, hearts pounding in sync with the chaos, each step a silent prayer for survival. I am acutely aware that life can be nothing more than a haunting melody, a ghostly echo in a world threatening to swallow us whole. And still, we move, driven by the flickering flame of hope, the unyielding desire to live against all odds, as the siege rages on, relentless and unforgiving. The church bells toll with a frantic urgency, slicing through the eerie stillness of the night. It feels like a countdown, each strike a heartbeat, each dying echo a gasp for breath. I can't shake the feeling that the air itself is charged, crackling with an unseen energy, a weight pressing down upon us as darkness coils around the town like a serpent preparing to strike. I stand at the threshold of the sanctuary, its wooden doors creaking, an ominous whisper urging me to step inside. Inside, the air is thick with incense and fear, a sacrificial scent that clings to the walls like memories of prayers left unanswered. Anna, a once vibrant soul now hollowed out by anxiety, clutches the edge of the altar. Her knuckles are white, trembling like the flickering candles that cast shadows dancing across her face, each flicker a reminder of the terror that lurks just beyond our fragile sanctuary. She's always been the strong one, the one who held my hand through storms, but now, I see the cracks in her facade, the panic that threatens to spill over. I remember when we thought faith could save us, she whispers, her voice barely audible, swallowed by the darkness. I remember the sermons full of hope, the promises that the light would always triumph. Her breath hitches, a fragile sound that breaks the silence like shattered glass. But what do we do when the light fades? I want to reach out, to pull her back from the abyss of despair, but my own heart is racing, a wild stallion galloping through fields of uncertainty. I am tethered to a fear as ancient as the stones that make up this church, a fear that gnaws at my insides. The threat looming over us is not just a physical one, it's a slow seep of doubt, a rust that corroded our faith, turning it into a weapon aimed at ourselves. In the shadows, Father Samuel stands, his eyes a stormy sea reflecting the chaos in our hearts. He is a man clawing at the edges of sanity, worn by the weight of his congregation's expectations. His voice booms in the silence, a desperate call to arms. We must stand united. We must draw strength from each other. But even as he speaks, I see the tremor in his hands, the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. His faith, once a vast ocean, now feels like a puddle, quickly evaporating under the harsh sun of reality. United against what? I can't help but ask, my voice breaking like fragile glass. What can we fight when the enemy is within? The words hang in the air, heavier than the dampness of the night. Anna's eyes meet mine, and for a fleeting moment, I see the child she used to be, the girl who believed in fairy tales, who thought love was enough to keep the demons at bay. There's no enemy but fear, she says, her voice steady, yet laced with an undercurrent of despair. And fear can destroy anything. A chill wraps around my spine, a ghostly reminder of the countless souls lost to the consuming darkness of doubt. I remember the stories of the old, the tales of those who had stood here before us, their faith unshaken by the storms of life. But those stories feel like relics now, dust settling on the pages of our existence. The world beyond these walls is crumbling, news of violence, hatred, and despair creeping in through the cracks. It's a stewing pot of chaos, simmering just beneath the surface, and we are trapped in this sanctuary of silence, suffocating in our own fear. Outside, the streets once filled with laughter now lie deserted, a haunting echo of what was. Maybe we should leave, I suggest, my voice trembling. Maybe we should take our faith, take whatever we have left, and seek help beyond these walls. But even as I speak, the truth weighs heavy on my heart. What if there is no help? What if the world outside has become a wasteland of broken promises and shattered dreams? No. Father Samuel's voice erupts, filled with a desperate fervor that sends chills spiraling down my spine. We cannot abandon this place. It's all we have left. But what if what we have left isn't enough? Anna's gaze is locked on the flickering candles, her thoughts drifting like the smoke curling above them. What if we invited them in? Her voice is barely more than a whisper, but it strikes like lightning, igniting a spark of possibility. The notion hangs in the atmosphere, heavy with the weight of its implications. Invite who in? I ask, my heart racing, the beat echoing like thunder in my chest. Those who seek the truth, she replies, her eyes alight with a flicker of hope, a desperate flame in the suffocating darkness. Those who've lost their way, like us. The words carry a weight, a promise of connection in a fractured world. But what if their truth is the very thing that destroys us? I can feel the air thickening again, a storm gathering overhead, a tempest brewed from our doubts and desires. What if they come with blades? I counter, my voice trembling. What if they come to take more than they give? Then we stand together, Father Samuel declares, his fists clenched, his voice a rallying cry that shakes the very foundations of our faith. We are stronger together, in our doubts, in our fears. We are not alone. But the shadows continue to creep closer, wrapping around us like a shroud. The clock on the wall ticks relentlessly, each second a drumbeat of impending doom. I can feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, like a smothering fog that blurs the edges of our reality. Together, Anna whispers, her voice fragile yet defiant. That's how we fight the darkness. And as we gather, each of us a flickering candle in the all-consuming night, I realize we are all ghosts, haunted by our choices, our hopes, our fears. The flickering shadows dance around us, a reminder that in this fragile moment, we are still alive, still fighting, still believing that somewhere, beyond the edges of our terror, the dawn will break once more. In that heartbeat of silence, I feel the fragile thread of our faith stretching, taut and trembling, holding us together as the shadows close in, a dark tide threatening to consume us whole. And I know, in the depths of my heart, that this struggle is far from over. The night is just beginning, and the only question is what we will become as we stand at the edge of despair, staring into the void. The air crackled with a tension that felt almost alive, dancing around the cobblestones of Baghdad like an unseen predator. I stood there, heart pounding, the shadows of ancient buildings looming over me, whispering secrets of a city suspended between hope and despair. A distant explosion shattered the eerie stillness, reverberating through the narrow alleys and ricocheting off the walls of the past. Not again, I thought, clutching the tattered edges of my jacket as if it could shield me from the chaos that surrounded us. Ali's face flickered in my mind, haunted yet resolute, a man molded by the turmoil of his city. He was a ghost of his former self, lost somewhere between the politics of men and the harsh reality of life on the ground. He had once believed he could change things, that his voice mattered. Yet now, he stood before me, a man grappling with the weight of his unfulfilled dreams, every wrinkle on his brow telling a story of betrayal and loss. They think we're sheep, mere fodder, he muttered, his eyes reflecting the smoldering remnants of his once fiery spirit. But we are lions in our hearts, aren't we? The streets remembered, etched with memories of protests and bloodshed, but Ali's words cut deeper than the scars. I could almost hear the echoes of chants, feel the tremors of feet pounding against the pavement in defiance. What if, I dared to ask, what if we're not lions, but just scared children pretending to roar? He stared at me, his silence a weighty answer, heavy with disappointment. Outside the walls of our makeshift refuge, the city was alive with conflict, the political dynamics weaving a tapestry of fear and hope. I could see the silhouettes of men in uniforms, their faces obscured by the shadows of their own choices. They were enforcers of order, or chaos, depending on whom you asked. I remember the night before, the hollowed eyes of a soldier who had just lost a friend. There's nothing noble in this, he had whispered, clutching his weapon as if it were a lifeline. Just survival. But perhaps survival wasn't enough. I watched as Layla entered the room, her presence a force of nature. Eyes like storm clouds, she carried the weight of 1,000 decisions. A journalist, she sought the truth with a hunger that often left her empty. I can't write what they want, she said, frustration bleeding through her voice. I can't twist the narrative like a pretzel, all shiny and smiling. These people deserve more. Her passion ignited a fire in the room, but it was a reckless flame, threatening to burn everything down. I remembered the faces of those she interviewed, the mothers, the children, each one a heartbeat lost in the chaos. This is their story, not mine, she continued, her hand shaking as she gripped her notepad like a shield. But what if no one listens? What if I become just another ghost? I thought of the ghosts that haunted us all, the dreams unfulfilled, the promises broken. The stories that could change hearts, yet remained locked away in the silence of fear. The clock on the wall ticked, a relentless reminder of time slipping through our fingers, each second a reminder of the fight we faced. Maybe that's the problem, I whispered, we're too afraid to believe in our own power. A sudden roar erupted outside, a cacophony of voices rising like a tempest. The crowd had gathered again, fueled by anger and desperation. I grabbed Ali's arm. We can't just stand here. They need us. His eyes searched mine, the hesitation palpable. And what if we lose everything? What if we become shadows too? Then we lose together, I replied, a spark igniting in my chest. But at least we'll be alive. We stepped out into the fray, the energy electric. Layla followed, her heart pounding in sync with ours. The crowd surged around us, a living organism bloated with fear and hope. Faces flickered by, each one carrying its unique burden. I saw a young boy, clutching a faded soccer ball, his wide eyes searching for a glimmer of normalcy amidst the chaos. Will they let us play again? He asked, and in that moment, I could see the future he yearned for, a world untouched by the scars of war. The voices swelled, a symphony of defiance and loss as we moved toward the front lines. This is our city, a man shouted, his voice cracking yet piercing through the din. We will not be silenced. The thrill of the moment buzzed in my veins, yet a chill wrapped around my spine. I had never felt such raw emotion, such palpable fear mingling with hope. Layla raised her camera, capturing moments that would echo through time. This is the truth, she breathed, the weight of her responsibility settling over her like a shroud. This is where we stand. But in the distance, the shadows shifted, and with them came the specter of uncertainty. I could feel it gnawing at the edges of our resolve. The dark forces, politicians maneuvering from their thrones, pulling strings like puppeteers, oblivious to the lives painted in blood and tears beneath them. We were mere pawns, each move dictated by hands we could never see. The air thickened, the tension twisting like a coiled serpent ready to strike. A voice from the crowd rose above the rest, a woman's cry tearing through the noise like glass shattering. They're coming! A frisson of fear swept through us. I looked at Ali and Layla, their faces illuminated by the flickering streetlights, and I knew that this was it. This was our moment, our chance to either stand tall or be swallowed whole by the darkness. I remembered the city, the ghosts of its past, the dreams of its children, the stories waiting to be told. In the heart of Baghdad, amidst the chaos and the cries, we were not just three souls lost in the storm. We were the pulse of the city, the flickers of hope against the shadows. And as the crowd surged forward, I felt the heartbeat of Baghdad echoing through our veins, a reminder that we were alive, we were fighting, and together, we would not be silenced. The sky was a bruised purple, the kind of color that settled in your bones like a premonition. In the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a choking darkness behind. It was here, on the eve of conquest, that I stood, my heart pounding against my ribs as if it sought escape. The village below lay still, cloaked in an eerie silence, but I knew what was coming. I could hear the whispers of ancient ghosts echoing in the wind, their stories woven into the fabric of the night. I remember the faces of my friends, the way their laughter echoed in the marketplace, the scent of fresh bread and roasted meat mingling with the aroma of sweet wine. We were young, foolish, too busy dreaming of the future to notice the dark clouds gathering at the fringes of our lives. The Mongols had come, a shadow cast over our joy, a relentless tide that consumed all in its path. I remember Talia, her long hair streaming behind her as she ran, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. She had always been the brave one, fueled by the fire of hope. They won't take us, she declared, brandishing a wooden stick like a sword. But hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered under the weight of reality. The night grew colder as the first scream sliced through the silence, a sound so raw, so primal, that it clawed at my soul. All around us, the world exploded into chaos. The Mongols were not mere warriors, they were a tempest, a force of nature, dark figures charging in with a precision that unnerved even the most seasoned soldiers. They didn't just fight, they played with fear like a master musician with a violin. They fed on our panic, our despair, our darkest thoughts. Each thundering hoofbeat was a drum, marking the heartbeat of death drawing near. My breath hitched, and I felt the air grow thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere was alive with dread. I remember Yarok, always the jokester, his laughter ringing like a bell, lightening the burden of hard days. But that night, his humor withered away like autumn leaves under the frost. As the flames flickered to life, illuminating his face, I saw the truth reflected in his eyes, a collision of fear and despair, the realization that we were not fighting for territory, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. "This isn't how it ends, is it?" he whispered, his voice cracking, and I wished I could say no. The Mongols were approaching, their shadows bleeding into the flickering light, a sea of warriors with eyes cold and ruthless. I could feel their intent wash over me like a wave, consuming, overwhelming. They were not just conquering lands, they were dismantling worlds, piece by piece, leaving only echoes of what once was. I could almost hear the laughter of their ancestors, cruel and mocking, as they reveled in our despair. I remember the moments when the world slowed down, their war cries rising like a chorus of the damned, piercing through the night. It wasn't just the sound of swords clashing or arrows flying, it was the sound of lives unraveling. The villagers, once vibrant, now mere phantoms in the flickering light, their dreams snuffed out before they had a chance to bloom. Talia's arm was suddenly around me, her grip fierce, desperate. "We need to get out of here," she urged, but the ground felt like an anchor, heavy and unyielding. I could see it, the village, our home, crumbling under the weight of terror. Memories floated through my mind like ghosts, the summer fairs, the laughter, the joy, now tainted by the specter of war. The Mongols weren't merely invaders, they were psychological architects, constructing fear into our minds. Their mere presence turned us against one another. I could see neighbors turning on neighbors, trust was a fragile thing, slipping through fingers like sand. The air crackled with tension, each passing moment a reminder of how easily the human spirit could be twisted into something monstrous. And then, in the heart of that chaos, there was a moment, an instant of clarity. I looked into Yarok's eyes and saw the flicker of defiance amidst the darkness. "Fight," he said, almost as if conjuring courage from the very depths of despair. Talia nodded, her grip tightening. "We may not win," she said, voice trembling but fierce, "but we will not go quietly." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, a surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. I was no longer paralyzed by fear, I was incandescent with rage. The village would not fall without a fight. I took a breath, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down. This was our moment, an opportunity to reclaim what we had lost. But the Mongols were relentless. With each charge, they sought to dismantle our resolve, not just with swords, but with the very essence of their being. Their presence was a shadow that loomed over us. They used our fears against us, whispering doubts into our hearts, turning our love for each other into a weapon of destruction. The clash of steel rang out, mixing with the cries of the fallen, a symphony of chaos. I felt the world spinning, the lines of our lives blurring as we fought not just for our village, but for the very spirit of humanity. In that moment of conflict and chaos, I realized that the Mongols were not just conquerors, they were a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of ourselves. They forced us to confront our own fragility, our own fears, our own capacity for violence. And as the night deepened, I understood that the true battle lay not in the fields, but within our own hearts, tangled in the web of what it meant to be alive in a world teetering on the edge of oblivion. Time slipped through my fingers like water, I felt the cosmic clock ticking, each moment a heartbeat against the void. And as we plunged into the fray, fear and determination intertwined, the darkness beckoned, promising chaos, yet whispering of resilience. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a testament to the human spirit, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming terror, we could rise. And so we surged forward, into the unknown, the night alive with the ghosts of our past and the uncertain promise of tomorrow. The Mongols might have gathered their armies, but we would gather our hearts. The sun hung low, a bruised orange eye glaring at the horizon, as smoke curled into the sky like a whispered promise of doom. I could hear the frantic thud of boots on mud, the desperate breaths of men sprinting toward an uncertain fate. "Hold the line," someone shouted, a voice thick with urgency, tinged with fear. In that moment, I felt the world collapse around me, the weight of desperation pressing against my chest, squeezing tighter with each beat of my heart. I remember the faces, the raw edges of exhaustion etched in every jawline, every furrowed brow. There was Thomas, his knuckles white around the hilt of his sword, each detail woven into the fabric of my memory like a thread in a tattered quilt. His eyes darted, searching for hope in the chaos, but all he found was a shadow of despair. "We can't hold out much longer," he said, the tremor in his voice betraying his resolve. It was a moment that hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, like a storm cloud ready to burst. Then there was Margot, her hair pulled back tight, a fierce resolve radiating from her like heat off scorched earth. "If we don't establish supply lines," she insisted, her voice cutting through the cacophony, "we're as good as dead." I looked at her, and I could feel the pulse of her fear, raw and unmitigated. She had seen what hunger could do to men, she had witnessed the madness that bloomed in starvation, the hollow eyes of friends turned foes. It was the kind of knowledge that gnawed at the edges of sanity. A scream split the night, echoing through the trees, a sound so primal it sent icy fingers crawling up my spine. "Move!" I shouted, but my own voice felt like a whisper in a tempest, lost beneath the waves of panic. I could see the enemy closing in, shadows advancing like a dark tide, and I could feel the very air thicken with impending doom. The importance of supply lines had never felt so visceral, so vital. A drop of water, a morsel of bread, these were no longer mere resources but lifelines hanging above our heads, fragile and precarious. Thomas stumbled, and for a heartbeat, everything slowed. The world faded into a surreal blur, a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds muffled by the pounding of my heart. I reached for him, but the air crackled with electricity, and in that instant, I was not just a soldier. I was a spectator in the opera of desperation, watching as every choice spiraled into chaos. "We have to get back," Margot yelled, her voice ringing like a bell of sanity amid the storm. "If we lose the supplies, we lose everything." Her words sliced through the haze of fear, a painful reminder that every decision bore weight. I remembered how she had paced the camp before the battle, mapping routes with hands trembling from exhaustion, her mind racing ahead to consequences we had yet to face. I could see her now, steely and unyielding, a lighthouse in a stormy sea. But even lighthouses flicker, and I saw the flicker in her eyes, the uncertainty that threatened to dim her fire. What was it that made her fight so fiercely, even when the odds stacked against us? I thought of the towns we had left behind, the faces of children who would starve if we failed. "We're more than just bodies in armor," she had said once, her voice thick with emotion. "We're the hope of those who can't fight." But hope felt like smoke now, slipping through our fingers, elusive and taunting. I felt myself being pulled into the depths of despair, the kind that seeps into the bones and settles in the chest like a weight that suffocates. I remembered the stories I had heard, of supply chains disrupted, of armies left to wither and die on barren fields. And yet, even now, the flicker of hope remained, a stubborn ember. The enemy surged forward, and the ground beneath us trembled with the force of their desperation, a mirrored reflection of our own. "We are the last line," Thomas said, his voice a rasp, cracking like dry leaves beneath our feet. "If we fall, they will come for everything." Those words clung to the air, a bitter reminder that the fight was not just for survival but for something much larger, a cause, a purpose, a future that felt impossibly distant. I could feel the burn in my muscles, the ache of fatigue clawing at my resolve, but I pushed through. The shadows loomed closer, the flickering light of our dwindling resources casting long, terrifying silhouettes. I glanced at Margot, her eyes fierce and unwavering, and the sight ignited something deep within me, our primal instinct to protect, to fight, to clutch at the threads of hope, even as the night threatened to swallow us whole. There was an urgency in the air, a whisper that echoed through the chaos. We had to hold the line, not just for ourselves but for the flickers of life that still flickered in the darkness. I remembered the little girl in the village, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind, and the way her eyes sparkled with dreams. That was what we were fighting for, moments of joy in a world stained with darkness, a future that gleamed like a distant star. But the shadows closed in, and I felt fear seep into my bones, a cold sweat trickling down my spine. "We're running out of time," I yelled as I sprinted forward, a primal scream rising in my throat. We had to act, we had to hold on. The weight of our choices pressed down like a suffocating fog, but as I looked at Margot, the fire in her eyes ignited something fierce within me. We were all flawed, battered souls clinging to the shards of hope, driven by the need to survive, to protect, to live. In those moments, I understood, supply lines were not just about food or weapons, they were the veins of our existence, the lifeblood that coursed through our struggle. We were threads woven into a tapestry, fragile yet resilient, our hearts pounding as one. And as the tide surged, I felt the world around me blur, merging into a dance of chaos and desperation. We were not just fighting for supplies, we were fighting for the very essence of who we were, the promise of tomorrow. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, and in that dreadful moment, all I could do was breathe, every heartbeat a prayer for survival, every breath a testament to the struggle that bound us together. The air crackled with a tension so palpable it could slice through flesh, sharp enough to draw blood. A single candle flickered in the corner of the damp, dark room, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits, whispering secrets of betrayal and treachery. Outside, the siege drums thudded in a relentless heartbeat, a countdown to oblivion that echoed in the pit of my stomach. I could feel it, the weight of 1,000 eyes, watching, waiting. And then came the scream, shrill and broken, clawing at the remnants of sanity. I remember the first time I met Alaric. He was a barbed wire wrapped in silk, charming yet laced with danger. The tavern had been thick with the scent of sweat and ale, laughter tumbling over the rough wooden tables, masking the undercurrents of deceit. I was young then, full of fire and naive dreams, blissfully unaware of how treachery would ignite the edges of my world. Alaric leaned in, his breath warm against my ear, promising glory, power, the world at our feet, if only I would follow him into the darkness. I remember his smile, that lethal grin, like a wolf hiding its fangs beneath a veneer of kindness. And Clara. Oh, Clara, the heart in my chest, the ache in my bones. She was the sun in that dimly lit world, bright and warm, with laughter that could fill the deepest void. We were bound by secrets, sisters of circumstance, hearts woven together with threads of loyalty and love. But loyalty has a way of fraying, unraveling at the seams when shadows are cast. I watched as her trust in Alaric grew, blooming like a flower in spring, while I felt the roots of doubt twisting around my heart, choking the light. I wanted to scream, to shake her awake, but the words were trapped inside, a tempest of fear and anguish. The siege had begun weeks ago, but now, as I stood at the window, I could see the banners fluttering like the wings of dying birds, crimson against an endless grey sky. Each thud of the drums resonated with a warning I couldn't ignore. I remember the night it happened, the betrayal turned my world upside down. It was a soft whisper at first, a breeze on the back of my neck. Alaric had come to the keep, eyes glinting with ambition, promising Clara a way out. "The city is falling," he said, voice low and conspiratorial. "Together, we can escape this hell." I was there, lurking in the shadows, heart pounding like a war drum. Clara's eyes sparkled with hope, the kind that could blind you if you stared too long. I wanted to pull her back, to remind her of the darkness that lurked behind his false promises, but the words died in my throat as I watched her smile. It was a glow that lit up the room, but I felt the shadows creeping in, whispering that all light has a cost. Days turned into nights, nights back into days, and the walls of the keep grew thicker with despair. I remember the moment I decided to confront Alaric, my heart a drum in a silent hall. The corridor echoed with the whispers of ghosts long gone, memories of laughter fading into the cold stone. I found him in the courtyard, the moon hanging low, casting an ethereal glow over his features. "What have you promised her?" I demanded, breathless with the weight of my fears. He turned, that wicked smile curling at the edges of his mouth. You think you can protect her? I offer her freedom, you offer chains. I felt the world tilt, his words cutting deeper than a knife, digging into the flesh of our friendship. I was the anchor, but in that moment, I realized I was also the weight dragging her down. Clara was slipping through my fingers like sand, lost to the allure of Alaric's poisoned promises. The night of the confrontation came like a thief in the dark. I had waited too long, desperation clawing at my insides. I burst into the chamber where they met, the air electrified with unspoken words. Clara looked up, her face pale but defiant. You don't understand, she said, eyes blazing with conviction. He will save us. I understand more than you know, I retorted, voice trembling with urgency. He is the storm that will swallow us whole. And then, Alaric stepped forward, the shadows coiling around him like a cloak. You're breaking her heart, my dear, he said, voice dripping with venom. What is loyalty but a shackle? What is love but an illusion? I remember Clara's eyes, wide and lost, flickering between the two of us as if caught in a tempest. You're wrong. I love him. The declaration hung in the air, a blade slicing through the tension, and I felt my heart shatter into a million pieces as she turned away from me, choosing the darkness over the light. In that moment, the drums outside grew louder, a thunderous chant of inevitability. Betrayal wasn't just a wound, it was a festering cancer, gnawing away at the bonds we had forged. And as I stood there, my best friend slipping into the abyss, the realization hit me with the force of 1,000 storms. Loyalty meant nothing when faced with the seductive dance of treachery. I remember the night of the final siege, the air thick with smoke and desperation. Clara stood by Alaric, a spectre of loyalty that had morphed into a haunting betrayal. The walls trembled under the weight of our choices, the ground shaking with the anger of the forgotten. And I, standing amidst the chaos, realized that love could be as treacherous as the darkest night, and betrayal could wear the face of a beloved friend. In the end, it was all a blur, the clash of steel, the cries of the fallen. I fought through the chaos, I searching for Clara, for any semblance of the sister I had known. But all I found was the echo of laughter lost in the wind, the shadows growing longer, wrapping around us like a noose. The city was crumbling, but the real siege was within us, an unending war fueled by love and betrayal, a cycle that would never end. And as the city fell, I was left standing amid the ruins of our dreams, a spectre of what could have been, forever haunted by the ghosts of treachery and betrayal. I remember every heartbeat, every whisper of the night, and the darkness that wrapped around us all, promising freedom while leading us to our doom. The wind howled like a tortured soul, cutting through the frigid night air, carrying with it the stench of blood and the echoes of despair. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced against the moonlit ground. Bodies lay scattered, broken dreams etched into their forms. It was a battlefield, but it felt more like a graveyard, a place where hope went to die. And in that moment, I could see him. Temujin, the young warrior with fire in his eyes, was no longer a boy, he had become a whirlwind of vengeance. Do you hear them? He shouted, his voice hoarse from the chill, yet fierce and alive. The screams of the fallen? They will not fade. They will haunt us until the end of our days. With each word, he clenched his fists tighter, the anger coursing through him like a venomous snake coiling around its prey. I felt the heat radiating off him, an inferno igniting the desolation around us. Beside him stood Beta, his older brother, a mountain of a man with scars that told stories of battles fought and won. We cannot dwell on the dead, he said, his voice gravelly, like stones tumbling in a river. We must remember our purpose. The Khan commands, and we must obey. But even as he spoke, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. Was it fear? Regret? I had grown up amidst tales of the Mongol army, fierce, relentless, a force of nature. But here, in the suffocating silence, I witnessed the truth. Every warrior was a man torn in two. They were not just soldiers, they were sons, brothers, lovers. They carried the weight of their lineage on their backs, and now, that weight felt like a noose tightening around their throats. This army, this monstrous creation of Genghis Khan, was built upon the ashes of 1,000 crushed dreams. The composition was a tapestry of diversity, each warrior a thread, woven together by blood and survival. Horsemen, archers, heavy cavalry, and infantry, all melded into a single, pulsating entity. Heartbeats and hooves thudded in rhythm, a madness that echoed through the valleys, a symphony of chaos. And yet, beneath that ferocity lay a haunting vulnerability. I remember the night before the battle. The air was thick with smoke and laughter, warriors sharing stories of glory over hastily prepared meals. Flashes of camaraderie ignited against the backdrop of a silent night. But when darkness enveloped us, the specter of fear crept in, whispering of impending doom. I watched Temujin as he huddled close to the fire, the flickering flames casting shadows on his face, revealing a boy wrestling with the weight of command. "Do you think they fear us?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I caught the tremor, the uncertainty that belied his bravado. "I wonder if they even see us as men." Beta shook his head. "Fear is a weapon, brother. We wield it like a blade. But remember, fear is a double-edged sword. It can conquer, but it can also consume." His eyes darkened, as if recalling the faces of those he had lost. "Every enemy we face is a mirror reflecting our own souls. We must not let them see our doubts." The dawn broke with foreboding, as the army gathered, an ocean of leather and steel, a tide of resolve and trepidation. They lined up in tight formations, each warrior a cog in a relentless machine, ready to crush the world beneath their hooves. I could feel the tension in the air, thick enough to choke on. The Mongol tactics were a blend of savagery and strategy, a carefully orchestrated chaos that defied comprehension. They moved like shadows, striking with the precision of a hawk diving for its prey. I remember the first arrow that flew, an arc of death cutting through the morning mist. It struck true, and the chaos erupted. Shouts of valor mingled with cries of agony, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the hills. The Mongols surged forward, a tidal wave of fury and determination, each warrior embodying the spirit of their ancestors. In that moment, they were unstoppable, a force of nature fueled by the pain of loss and the thrill of conquest. But amidst the chaos, Temujin found himself stumbling, caught between the thrill of battle and the gnawing dread that twisted in his gut. He had never killed a man before, and yet here he was, grappling with the reality of his choices. "What have I become?" he screamed into the void, as he cut down an enemy with trembling hands. "What have I become?" I saw Beta's face harden, a mask of fury and fear. He fought with a primal intensity, but behind the fierce exterior, his heart cracked with every life he took. "Keep fighting! For the Khan! For our family!" he roared, yet I could see the ghost of doubt lingering in his eyes, whispering that perhaps they were not the heroes of history, but rather the villains in someone else's tale. As the battle raged on, I felt myself drawn deeper into the storm. The ground trembled beneath the weight of hooves, the air thick with the scent of iron and sweat. Each breath I took was laced with desperation, an urgency that coursed through my veins. I could feel my heartbeat echoing in time with the clash of swords, a reminder that I was alive in this moment of madness. But then, through the chaos, I caught sight of something that froze my blood, a figure cloaked in shadow, an enemy slipping through the ranks, aiming for Temujin. My heart raced, urgency spiking as I shouted, "Temujin! Behind you!" The world slowed, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch as every heartbeat echoed like a drum. Would he hear me in time? Would the boy, now a man, realize that the very essence of his journey hung in the balance? Would he become a legend, or would he be lost to the whispers of the fallen? It was all there, the pain, the glory, the fear, the raw intensity of battle. But even as the chaos swirled around us, a deeper truth lay hidden beneath the surface, a truth that would shape the hearts of men for generations to come. And in that moment, as darkness loomed and time hung suspended, I knew we were all more than just soldiers. We were fragments of a dream, caught in the web of fate, forever chasing the echoes of history, the ghosts of our own making. The battle wasn't just against others, but against ourselves, a fight for our very souls. A single candle flickers, the flame dancing as if caught in a grim ballet. Shadows stretch across the cold stone walls, curling like the fingers of the damned. The scent of sweat and fear hangs thick in the air, clinging to the throat like an unholy promise. I remember the moment I was ripped from the warm embrace of my dreams, thrust into the heart of chaos. I remember the echoes of distant cries, the weight of impending doom pressing upon my chest like 1,000 stones. Al-Mustasim stands at the window, his silhouette etched against the fading light. His brow is furrowed, eyes drifting over the sprawling city of Baghdad that seems to pulsate with life yet feels so distant. Every heartbeat reverberates in the silence, the kind of silence that breeds dread. There's a storm brewing beyond the horizon, the storm of men, of swords, of relentless ambition. The Mongols are coming, and with them, a darkness that promises no dawn. He can feel it squeezing the air from his lungs. The weight of a nation hangs on his shoulders, but he is but a man, flawed, fragile, and utterly terrified. "Your Majesty," a voice whispers, sharp as a dagger. It's Al-Mustasim's closest advisor, an old man with wisdom etched into his face. But wisdom, as he knows all too well, can be a double-edged sword. "We must act swiftly. The enemy's advance, I know." Al-Mustasim snaps, the words escaping like a prisoner from a cage. Anger flares within, but it's a flicker against the overwhelming dread. "What do you want me to do? Arm the citizens? Hand them pitchforks and hope for the best?" Desperation breeds courage, the advisor replies, a tremor in his voice. But courage must be tempered with strategy. The walls can hold, if we, but Al-Mustasim isn't hearing him. Instead, he is lost in a memory, a dream of sunlight that feels as distant as the stars. He recalls the laughter of a child, his daughter, her joy like a melody that once filled the halls of the palace. "You will be a great ruler, Papa," she had said, her eyes shining with innocence. "You will save us all." He shakes himself, the vision dissolving like mist. A great ruler? What a joke! Right now, he feels like a boy playing dress-up in his father's armor, terrified of the darkness lurking in every shadow. Outside, the wind rises, howling through the streets, a mournful wail that seems to carry the voices of the damned. He turns from the window, eyes burning with a mixture of anger and despair. "Tell me then, what is our best course? Shall we kneel before Genghis Khan and beg for mercy? Your Majesty, we must strategize. We have allies, allies." The word bursts from him like a shot, raw and unfiltered. What good are allies when they cower in their own shadows? When every city is a fortress of fears and betrayals? In that moment, a third figure enters, a woman cloaked in resolve, a warrior spirit glinting in her eyes. Layla, fierce and unyielding, strides toward him, her presence a tempest. "Enough! This is not the time for despair, my king. We must rally our people, ignite their spirits. They're waiting for a beacon, a sign of hope." A flicker of something ignites in Al-Mustasim, a desperate flame in the depths of his soul. And what if hope leads them to their deaths? Then let them face death with courage. Layla's voice is a clarion call, powerful and raw. "What else do we have to offer? Will you let the darkness swallow us whole? Will you let fear chain your heart?" Her words strike him, each syllable a hammer against the anvil of his despair. He can feel the pulse of his own heart, the rhythm of a man caught between the weight of duty and the instinct to flee. "You speak of courage, Layla, but what of the price? Our blood will stain the streets. Better to bleed for freedom than to die as sheep," she counters fiercely, eyes burning with conviction. "You are not alone in this fight. We are with you. We will stand and face the storm together." He wants to believe her, God knows he does. But the ghosts of his past whisper doubts, memories of failure that claw at his sanity. "I remember the first time he held power, an intoxicating rush that cracked like thunder, only to be followed by the earth-shattering reality that came crashing down." He remembers the faces of the fallen, strewn upon the battlefield like broken dolls, eyes forever wide in horror. "I am not a hero, Layla. I am just a man. A man who can choose," she insists, stepping closer. "A man who can decide whether to cower or to rise. History will remember you by your choices, Al-Mustasim. What legacy will you leave?" The words linger in the air, pregnant with possibility and dread. He feels the weight of the moment, a noose tightening around his resolve. He can choose. He can choose to turn his back, to let the shadows consume him, or to embrace the chaos, to ignite a rebellion. But if I choose wrong, then you will face your fate with honor. Layla's voice is low, steady, unwavering. But do not let fear dictate your choice. Let it fuel your fire. Outside, the storm breaks, rain slashing against the window like 1,000 talons. Thunder rumbles, echoing the turmoil within. Al-Mustasim's heart races, caught in a tempest of emotion. He clenches his fists, feeling the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of his people thrumming in tandem with his own. The world outside is dark, but within him a flicker of light begins to grow. Time stretches, moments become eternities. He searches their faces, his advisor, the weary voices of doubt mingling with Layla's fierce conviction. A decision hangs in the air, heavy and electric. Let us prepare, he finally says, voice trembling but resolute. Let us show them that we are not afraid. And in that moment, a new chapter begins to write itself, the ink fresh and the pages blank. The walls of Baghdad have ears, and tonight they will hear a different tale. The candle flickers, the shadows dance, and outside, the storm rages on, a symphony of chaos that beckons them all forward into the unknown. The fight for their lives, their legacy, starts now. The air was thick, choked with smoke and a silence so profound that it felt like a weight pressing against the chest. I stood there, knees trembling, heart racing, not knowing whether to scream or run. The broken glass crunched beneath my feet, shards glinting like stars fallen from the cosmos, illuminating the darkness of what had once been a vibrant marketplace. Now, it was a graveyard of dreams, scattered memories of laughter and the shouts of vendors swallowed by the chaos. Across the wreckage, I saw Lena, her face a canvas of despair, eyes hollow yet burning with an intensity that sent chills up my spine. She clutched a worn leather satchel to her chest, the last remnant of our hope, our negotiation, a document stained with ink and blood, a testament to our desperate pleas for peace. Her hand shook, and I could feel her sorrow wrapping around me like a shroud. She had always been the strong one, the voice of reason in the storm, but now, she was unraveling, thread by thread. We had a plan, she whispered, her voice barely a breath, as if the world might hear and mock us. We thought they would listen. We thought, her words trailed off, a haunting echo of all that could have been. I wanted to scream back at her, to shake her from this nightmare, to tell her that hope was a cruel joke, that we were so painfully naive. But the words stuck in my throat, heavy and bitter. And then there was Malik, pacing like a caged lion, his hands raked through his hair as if he could claw the tension from his mind. The weight of his failures hung around him like a shroud, a palpable presence that made the air dense. I could see the fractures in his resolve, the flicker of doubt in his eyes. 22 attempts, he muttered, each word laced with venom. 22 chances to save them, and what do we have to show for it? Nothing. Just ash and blood. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that this was not just his burden to bear, but we were all tangled in the web of our shared failures. But he had always been so proud, so convinced that he could bend the world to his will. Now, he was a broken man, crushed under the weight of responsibility. I remember the first attempt, the night we gathered under the flickering lamplight, a misguided hope flickering just as dimly. The dimly lit room smelled of damp wood and desperation, filled with the murmurs of men and women who believed they could change the tide of violence with words. But the words had fallen flat, ricocheting off stubborn walls, and the tension had thickened like fog rolling in from the sea, choking every last glimmer of understanding. I remember the look in their eyes, Malik had said, his voice cracking. They weren't listening. They were waiting for the right moment to strike. I remember the way Lena's face had paled, the shadows deepening under her eyes, the way she clung to my arm as if it were a lifeline, her faith trembling like the last leaf on a dying tree. And we had tried again. God, we had tried again, clutching our fragile hopes like glass ornaments in a storm. Each meeting had spiraled further into chaos. There was the time we met in the church, sunlight streaming through stained glass, casting vivid colors across our faces. How grotesque it had felt, praying for peace in a sanctuary that trembled with the echoes of hatred. It hadn't mattered. The words we spoke had turned to ash, burned away by the flames of anger that licked at our heels. And then the market, the vibrant scene turned to a hellscape, the echoes of laughter now screams. I could still hear the crack of wood and the shatter of glass, memories mingling with the scent of smoke. In that moment, the shrapnel of our failed attempts hung heavy in the air, each shard a reminder of our naivety, our obstinate belief that peace could be brokered with words alone. Lena's voice broke through the haze. "We have to keep trying," she insisted, fierce determination flooding her features. "If we don't, what will be left? We can't just give up." But her words fell like heavy stones into a bottomless well, disappearing without a sound. Malik's response was a sharp laugh, brittle and mocking. "What do you want to do? Talk them to death? They don't care about our words, Lena. They're hungry for blood, and we are just the next meal." His words hung in the air, heavy with despair. And as I stood there, witnessing the fracture of our trio, I felt the weight of time press against me, the clocks ticking backward, forward, freezing moments of desperation into eternity. I could feel the cosmos watching, stars twinkling as if they held the answers we so desperately sought, but their light was cold, indifferent. "Remember the dreams," I whispered, almost to myself. "How we thought we could change the world." The memories flooded back, burning bright and painful, contrasting the cold reality surrounding us. We had believed in something greater than ourselves, had clung to dreams of unity. Now, those dreams were ghosts whispering in the shadows, taunting us with what might have been. Lena's gaze fell to the ground, her shoulders drooping under the weight of our collective failure. "Ghosts don't fight back," she murmured, and I feared that she believed it, that we were all just echoes in this twisted history we were trapped within. And then, in the echoing silence, a single gunshot shattered the night, a violent punctuation to our futile hopes. It rang out, a sound so final, so shattering that it seemed to swallow the air around us. Lena gasped, and Malik's face drained of color. In that moment, we all knew that the time for words was over, and a chilling realization settled deep in my bones. The ghosts of our failures had returned, and they were hungry. The tension coiled tighter, a spring ready to snap, and I felt the abyss opening beneath us, pulling us toward a confrontation we could no longer avoid. Somewhere in the depths, the clock kept ticking, each second a reminder of our impotence, our impending doom. We stood on the precipice, hearts racing, breath shallow, knowing that the next step would either drown us or set us free. But the darkness loomed large, an omnipresent shadow, and as I turned to my friends, I knew that this moment would echo through time, a haunting melody of what we failed to achieve. We clung to each other, desperate souls entwined, facing the abyss together, ready, or perhaps unwilling, to confront whatever came next. The air was thick with smoke, a choking shroud that whispered of death and despair. The city of Baghdad twisted under the siege like a wounded beast, thrashing in its own agony as invaders closed in. I remember standing there, paralyzed by the sight of the crumbling walls, their stones cracked and weeping, much like the hearts of the people trapped within. The cries of mothers for their children pierced the chaos, a haunting symphony that clung to the very marrow of my bones. In the distance, a figure emerged from the haze, his silhouette a dark blot against the flickering shadows of firelight. It was Al-Mustasim, the last Caliph of Baghdad, his regal robes tattered, his expression a mask of profound despair. I watched as he clutched the edges of his cloak, fingers trembling, caught between the weight of his crown and the reality of his impending doom. I remember the moment his eyes found mine, those deep pools of sorrow seemed to ripple with the very essence of time, as if each heartbeat echoed the cries of 1,000 lost souls. "Will my people forgive me?" His voice was barely a whisper, a ghost of a man haunted by the weight of a failing empire. We were once a beacon of knowledge. Now, I am but a shadow. I felt the lump in my throat, the desperation in his plea striking a chord deep within me. I, too, felt the aching void of dreams unfulfilled, what might have been if courage had prevailed over fear. Then there was Zainab, standing at the battlements, her hair a fiery cascade framing a face etched with resolve. She was not just a woman, she was the heart of the resistance, a flame flickering defiantly against the encroaching dark. I recall how she tightened the grip on her dagger, her knuckles white as bone. "I will not let them take my home," she shouted, her voice a battle cry that ignited a spark in the eyes of those who stood beside her. I remember the way her spirit surged, battling the tide of hopelessness that threatened to engulf us all. But fear can be a treacherous companion, and it gnawed at the edges of our resolve. As the Mongol forces, fierce and relentless, bore down upon us, the ground trembled beneath their horses' hooves, a grim reminder of our own impending obliteration. I remember the dread of seeing their banners flapping in the wind, an omen that seemed to mock our every prayer. The citizens, once proud and vibrant, now cowered in alleyways, their faces ghostly pale, the light of hope extinguished. Moments blurred into one another, time stretched like taffy, elastic yet cruel. An eerie silence fell over the city as night descended. Suddenly, it felt as if the world held its breath. I remember Al-Mustasim standing at the edge of the battlements, peering into the abyss, as if daring fate to take him. "What can one man do against an army?" he murmured, and I wanted to shout, to shake him awake from the slumber of despair. But Zainab wouldn't let anyone surrender to the dark. "We are not just soldiers, we are the story of our ancestors. We fight not for power but for the very soul of our city." Her eyes glimmered like stars against a velvet sky, reflecting the dreams of those who had come before us. With every rallying cry, my heart raced. Could we really defeat a tide so mighty, or was her bravery merely a spark against the inevitable? That night, we gathered. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like spirits on the walls, weaving tales of valor and tragedy. We shared stories, whispered secrets into the cool air, each word a thread binding us closer. I remember the laughter that erupted even in despair. What absurdity to find joy in calamity! There we were, a ragtag band of souls, confronting the absurdity of our plight. But the dawn brought with it a cacophony of violence. The Mongol forces advanced, relentless and merciless. I remember the clash of steel against steel, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood, the screams of the fallen echoing in my ears like a dirge for the city. Zainab fought ferociously, her blade a blur of defiance. I could see the fire in her eyes, even as the shadows of death danced ever closer. Al-Mustasim stood frozen, a king shackled by his own crown, and in that moment, I felt a surge of anger for his inaction. "Lead us!" I wanted to scream, but fear gripped my throat like a vice. It was Zainab who charged forward, rallying the remnants of our spirits, her voice cutting through the chaos. "You will not take our home!" I remember the look on her face as she plunged her dagger into the heart of the enemy, an act of desperate courage that sent a shudder through the ranks of the Mongols. For a fleeting moment, hope surged like a wild river through our veins. But it was a mirage. Just as quickly, the tide of battle turned, and despair swept over us like a tidal wave. In the end, it was not glory but loss that defined us. I remember the haunting silence that followed, no triumphant cries, only the soft rustle of the wind through the ruins, carrying with it the echoes of our dreams. The city was lost. Al-Mustasim fell, a broken ruler amid the rubble, his crown now a cursed relic of power unfulfilled. Zainab stood amidst the devastation, a warrior trapped in a nightmare, her spirit flickering like a dying candle in the vast, indifferent cosmos. As the sun set on Baghdad, shadows loomed larger than life, enveloping us in a cold embrace. I remember the feeling of emptiness, a void that swallowed the remnants of hope whole. It was not the end, it was a beginning steeped in heartache, a wound carved deep into the fabric of time, one that would echo through ages. In that silence, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, a reminder that every battle, every sacrifice, is but a thread in the endless tapestry of existence. And as I walked through the remnants of our once great city, I was left with the haunting sensation that the echoes of our struggle would continue, a relentless rhythm of human despair and resilience, intertwining through the ages like a haunting melody that would never truly fade. The air trembles with the distant roar of a catapult, a gaping maw of wood and iron belching forth death. I remember the shudder in my bones, the way the ground heaved under the weight of it, the very earth holding its breath. In the heart of that chaos, I see her, Ilara, crouched behind the crumbling wall, her eyes wide, a tempest of fear and determination swirling within them. She clutches a rusted sword, a relic of forgotten promises, and I can almost hear the whispers of the past echoing in her mind. Did she dream of glory? Of heroic songs sung under the stars? The screams that pierced the air now drown those dreams in a sea of blood. "Stay low," she hisses, her voice sharp as the blade she holds. I can feel the warmth of her spirit, yet the cold dread clings to her like a second skin. I remember when she was just a girl, laughing, chasing the shadows cast by the flickering torches. But laughter feels like a lifetime ago, swallowed whole by the monstrous machines that now tower over us, each one a grotesque titan of war, waiting to unleash hell. Beside her, cradling a crossbow that feels heavier than a mountain, is Thomas. His knuckles whiten against the grip, and I see the tremor in his hand, a flicker of vulnerability amidst the chaos. He's never been one for bloodshed, yet here he is, caught in the thrall of violence, his soul grappling with the ghosts of choices made in desperation. Ilara, we can't hold them, he pleads, voice cracking like the wood in a dying fire. We need to retreat. But retreat is a word that tastes bitter on her tongue. She shakes her head, a defiance that ignites the air between them. And leave them to slaughter the innocents? No. Not again. There's a fire in her eyes, a spark born of loss. Her brother, she lost him to the tyranny of men who believe that walls are mere suggestions, fortresses little more than toys to be toppled. I feel the pulse of her heart, the rhythm of fury and heartbreak intertwining, a dance of shadows that speaks louder than the war trumpets blaring on the horizon. A boulder crashes nearby, a monstrous stone sent to shatter the silence, and suddenly, the shadows loom larger. I can almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter, as it floods the air. Do you hear that? Thomas breathes, his voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. They're coming. The ground shakes once more, and I remember the calm before the storm, the eerie stillness that lingers in the aftermath of a decision made, a choice that has led us here, teetering on the precipice of despair. Siege engines line the hilltops, monstrous contraptions, like gaping maws of devouring beasts, ready to rain destruction. The air is thick with the scent of sweat, smoke, and the promise of annihilation, a heady mix that clings like a lover's betrayal. Focus, Thomas, Ilara snaps, her voice slicing through the darkness, pulling him back from the edge of doubt. We'll hold the line, we have to. Her resolve ignites something within him, a flicker of hope that battles against the tide of inevitability. But hope, like a fragile candle, is easily snuffed out by the winds of fate that whip through the battlefield. I see them, the enemy climbing the hill, a relentless wave of bodies, their faces twisted in fury, a mass of shadows with nothing to lose. We'll need to fire first, Ilara says, already strategizing, her mind racing faster than her heart can keep up. She's become a general in this nightmare, commanding respect even amidst the despair. But the weight of her newfound role feels like chains, dragging her deeper into the abyss. Thomas, aim for that one, she points with a steadiness that belies the storm in her chest. He nods, but I see the flicker of doubt still dancing in his eyes. What if we miss? Then we die trying, she snaps, the edge of desperation making her voice tremble, her vulnerability peeking through the armor she tries to wear. I won't let them take everything from us. I feel the strain of her words, the raw emotion that spills into the air, an unyielding promise forged in the heat of loss. The first bolt is loosed, flying through the air with a promise of death, and I can't help but flinch. It embeds itself into the flesh of an enemy soldier, and for a moment, everything is still. The world holds its breath, a haunting silence wrapping around us, echoing the stillness of the grave. I remember the way blood blossoms against the earth, a stark, terrible beauty in the chaos. But the lull is fleeting. The enemy responds, their siege engines groaning to life with an insatiable hunger. It is a symphony of destruction, the haunting music of war that drowns out all reason. In that cacophony, Ilara is a beacon, her voice rising above the tide of despair, rallying the remnants of our defenders. Fight for what we love. Fight for our families, our homes. Each word slices through the air, a lifeline thrown into the storm. But the tide is relentless, and I feel the darkness creeping in, the shadows stretching out as if to consume us whole. Thomas fires again, and this time, it strikes true, but the cost of that small victory is ever present, a constant weight pressing down on his shoulders. I can see the toll it takes, a flicker of joy, quickly extinguished. Do you remember the fields, Thomas? Ilara's voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate plea wrapped in nostalgia. The sun shining over the wheat? The laughter of children? Each word is a thread pulling him back from the brink. I see it in his eyes, a ghost of a smile, a fleeting memory of innocence lost in the encroaching darkness. But then a boulder flies overhead, and the dream shatters, splintering like glass. The earth shakes beneath us, and I remember the fleeting nature of life, how everything can change in the blink of an eye. The siege engines loom like grim harbingers, each one a reminder that hope can be a cruel jest, and survival often comes at the cost of the very essence of who we are. The battle rages on, and I feel the pull of despair, the weight of loss intertwined with the fleeting joys of camaraderie. Thomas and Ilara stand together, bound by blood and pain, facing the darkness that threatens to envelop them. They are warriors, yes, but they are also human, and in that humanity lies their greatest strength and their most profound weakness. As the siege engines unleash their fury, I can hear the raw emotion in Ilara's voice, the desperate fervor that fuels her every movement. She is a storm wrapped in flesh, a wild heart beating against the tide of inevitability. For freedom, she cries, and it sends shivers down my spine. But I feel the darkness creeping closer, a spectre waiting to claim its due. I remember the laughter, the sunlight, the innocence of a world untouched by cruelty. But here, in this moment, under the shadows of siege engines, the laughter fades, replaced by cries of war and the pounding of hearts racing against the clock of fate. As the night deepens, the horizon is painted with an eerie glow, the remnants of hope flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. Ilara stands firm, Thomas beside her, and I see the resolve burning in their eyes, a refusal to succumb, a defiance that echoes amidst the chaos. The machines of war may roar, but in their hearts, the fight continues, a relentless cycle of heartbreak and resilience, an echo that will carry through the ages. And as the siege engines roar once more, I find myself caught in the loop of their struggle, the weight of their emotions pulling me under, a current too strong to resist. The night is far from over, and the battle is only beginning. The air was thick with desperation, a suffocating weight that clung to the skin like damp wool. It smothered the cries of the city, muffling the screams that echoed against the ancient stone walls, walls that had stood sentinel for generations, now trembling under the sheer force of a world unraveling. I could almost taste the dread, metallic and bitter, as it lingered on my tongue. The sun hung low, a pale orb swallowed by shadows, casting elongated spectres that danced across the cobblestones, whispering secrets of what once was, what could never be again. I looked to Mara, heart racing, her face a mask of defiance, yet her eyes betrayed her, glistening like the surface of a broken lake. "They won't get in," she said, voice steadied by a fragile hope, but I could feel the cracks beneath her words. The scent of smoke wafted through the air, a promise of chaos, as flames leapt from the corners of our crumbling sanctuary. I wanted to believe her, but deep down, a gnawing truth echoed louder than her fragile reassurances. The walls were not just barriers, they were tombstones for our dreams, each stone a memory of laughter now turned to ash. Jeremiah, my brother, stood at the edge of the crowd, fists clenched, jaw tight with the kind of fury that could split mountains. "We must rally the people. Fight!" His voice was a grim thunder, yet I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a candle struggling against the storm. We all felt it, the weight of the moment crashing over us. What was it to fight when the enemy was not just flesh and bone, but despair itself, creeping in like a thief in the night? I remember our childhood here, running through the streets, laughter spilling like sunlight through the cracks of our existence. Those carefree days felt so distant now, like a dream forgotten upon waking. "The walls," I muttered, "they're not just stone, they were a mirror reflecting our fears, our failures." Each crack I saw reminded me of the moments I had let slip through my fingers. I wanted to scream, to shake Mara and Jeremiah until they understood. But instead, my voice came out a whisper. "What if we're not strong enough?" The sound of the bell told, a heavy, dreadful resonance that reverberated through my bones. It was a death knell, a reminder that time was running thin. The enemy was not far off, a dark tide swelling with rage and hunger, a monstrous wave ready to crash upon us. I closed my eyes, the memory of laughter fading, replaced by the echoes of battle cries. The city was waking, no, it was dying. I felt it in the marrow of my soul. Mara's hand squeezed mine, a lifeline in the sea of despair. I remember. I remember the stories our grandmother told us, she said, urgency infusing her voice. About heroes, about victories. But her words were no shield. They were fragile creatures, fluttering against the oncoming storm. The shadows danced and shifted around us, and I could swear I saw faces in the darkness, lost souls trapped in the walls, each one a reminder of the cost of survival. Jeremiah stepped forward, the fire in his eyes igniting something in me, something raw and primal. We don't wait for them to breach the walls. We confront them. His voice rose, pulling the fractured remnants of the crowd from their stupor. I watched as fear transformed into something more complex, defiance, yes, but also a desperate grasping for hope. Yet I knew what it meant to face the tide. The city was not just stone and wood, it was memories, it was us, and it was crumbling. The sounds of chaos grew louder, a cacophony of shouts, the clash of metal on metal, the cries of those who dared to stand. I felt my heart thundering, a wild drumbeat urging me to join the fray, yet I hesitated. I thought of my mother, her quiet strength, and how she had taught us to find light in the darkest of times. What if the light is gone, Mara? I whispered, my voice raw with grief. The darkness was unyielding, creeping in like a fog, promising to swallow us whole. But Mara, fierce and unyielding, met my gaze. We have to believe it's not gone. We fight not just for ourselves, but for everyone we love. Her words hung in the air, each one a fragile thread woven into the fabric of our existence. I saw the flicker of hope ignite in her chest, and it spread, catching Jeremiah in its flame, igniting something within me. The walls began to tremble beneath the assault, stones shaking free, a reminder of their age, their frailty. I stood, heart pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps as the air thickened with smoke and fear. Each heartbeat was a battle cry, each breath a prayer. I remember my grandmother's stories, tales of valor and sacrifice, of light piercing through the darkness. They were not just stories, they were echoes of our humanity, our need to fight against the encroaching gloom. I felt the surge of adrenaline, the call of battle igniting a fire within, and I stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay beyond those crumbling walls. Together! I shouted, my voice strong in its uncertainty. Together, we stand! And in that moment, I could feel it, a heartbeat, countless hearts intertwining, a pulse that echoed through the air, a desperate rhythm that demanded we fight. But the darkness loomed, an ever-hungry beast waiting to consume us whole, the city shivering beneath its weight. The moment was fragile, it trembled on the brink of chaos. I turned my gaze back to Mara and Jeremiah, their faces illuminated by the dying light, and realized that we were not just fighting for our city, we were fighting for each other, for the very heartbeat of who we were. And as the enemy surged against the walls, a tide of shadows and despair, I knew that this was only the beginning. The fall of the city loomed, but in that moment of urgency, in that breathless anticipation, I felt a flicker of hope, a spark against the encroaching darkness. Together, we would stand. Together, we would face the abyss. And together, we would create a new story, one that could transcend even the darkest night. The silence hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating and oppressive. The sun, a cruel observer, beat down mercilessly on the cracked pavement of Baghdad, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with malevolence. I remember the moment, the instant the world I knew shattered like glass, shards spinning off into the chaos of the street, a cacophony of shouts and sirens, the sharp smell of smoke curling into my nostrils. I was there, a witness to a city on the brink, where fear dripped from the walls like blood. Hassan stood frozen, his hands trembling by his sides, the weight of his past coiling around him like chains. I can't, he whispered, a plea against the backdrop of destruction. His eyes, usually so full of life, reflected a hollowed-out desperation. He had lost too much already, his mother, his brother, the fragments of hope that had once stitched his heart together. I could see it in his face, the struggle, the decision. Would he step into the chaos, ready to face whatever horrors awaited him, or would he turn back to the ghost of his former self? The choice loomed, heavy and dark, filling the air with a static charge. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a countdown to the inevitable. Across the street, Layla crouched low, her breath shallow, her heart racing as if it were in a cruel race against time itself. She was a warrior in her own right, though the scars on her body bore witness to battles fought in silence. Her fingers brushed against the cold metal of the rifle at her side, an anchor, a lifeline. "We have to go now," she urged, urgency lacing her voice like poison. But deep within, a storm raged. She was both protector and hunted, a paradox wrapped in a fragile form. I remember the way the dust spiraled into the air, a reminder of the lives trampled underfoot, the dreams crushed under the weight of reality. "What if I can't?" Hassan's voice broke, raw and jagged, cutting through the tension like glass. My heart ached for him, but the world outside wasn't waiting for us to find our footing. There was a flash, a blinding light that swallowed the landscape. It was as if the sun had exploded, searing everything in its path. When the light faded, the screams filled the void, chaos unleashed, a symphony of terror that crashed over us like a tidal wave. I felt the air shift, heavy with despair, and instinctively reached for Hassan's arm, grounding him in that moment. "You have to fight. Please?" His gaze was a storm of emotion, swirling with fear and defiance, but beneath it all, a flicker of something unyielding. He hadn't lost everything. Not yet. And I saw it, the way his jaw tightened, the way his breath steadied. "For them," he whispered, and with that simple phrase, he stepped forward into the madness. Layla moved, a sleek shadow darting through the chaos. "Stay close," she shouted, her voice fierce and bright against the dark tide. She led us through the wreckage, her every movement calculated, deliberate. I watched as she became a part of the turmoil, a force of nature, but even she seemed haunted, her eyes reflecting the ghosts of choices past. Every corner we turned revealed a new horror, bodies sprawled, faces twisted in agony, remnants of dreams scattered like ashes. I felt the weight of it, thick and suffocating, pressing against my chest. This was not just a city, it was a living, breathing entity mourning its loss, its cries like a lullaby of despair. I could taste the bitterness of it in the air, a reminder that love and loss were often two sides of the same coin. And then came the thunderous roar, an explosion that vibrated through the ground, shaking the very bones of the city. Hassan stumbled, his resolve cracking like the pavement beneath our feet. I can't, he shouted, panic rising in his throat, the memories of what he had lost clawing at him like wild animals. But Layla pressed on, her voice steady and fierce. "You're stronger than this. Fight for what you believe in." Her words were a lifeline tossed into turbulent waters. I could see the fire igniting in Hassan's eyes, the spark of determination igniting his soul. Heartbeats quickened, breaths came in ragged bursts. The air was electric, charged with the raw intensity of survival. I felt it coursing through my veins, the fight for existence, the raw hunger for life itself. I remember the way time warped, stretching and curling, moments lingering like shadows. I was lost in this storm, a captive of the chaos. The city shuddered around us, but we pressed on, a trio bound by the shared weight of desperation and hope. I remember the laughter that felt distant, a memory from a world untouched by violence. "Do you think it will ever end?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Hassan shook his head, the weight of the question hanging thick between us. "I can't think about that now," he replied, his voice trembling. And in that moment, I understood, perhaps it wasn't about the end, but the fight, every small act of defiance against an unforgiving world. As we rounded another corner, the shadows loomed larger, the chaos clawing at our heels. Every sound became a heartbeat, a reminder we were alive, we were still here. I could see the strength in Layla, the way she moved with purpose, her spirit unbroken despite the ghosts that haunted her steps. And then, a flicker of hope ignited within me, maybe we could change something, maybe this chaos could be a canvas for something new. Maybe in the aftermath of the breach, in the heart of this turmoil, we could rise. But just as the thought anchored itself in my mind, a burst of gunfire shattered the air, and the world came crashing down around us. Shadows sprang to life, darting through the smoke, and I felt my heart race, thrumming against my ribs like a warning bell. I remember, more than anything, the way we charged into the chaos together, our fates entwined, the bonds of humanity stronger than the horrors that sought to tear us apart. The moment pulled us deeper into the abyss, and in that chaotic embrace, we found our resolve, intertwining our souls in the heart of darkness. And as the city raged, we surged forward, hearts pounding, spirits ignited, tearing through the night. We were chaos and calm, love and loss, a testament to the undying spirit of survival. The aftermath had only just begun. The air hung heavy, a suffocating cloak of dread that seeped into every crevice of the city, twisting the alleys into whispers of despair. The sun dipped, painting the sky a sickly orange as if warning the world of the horror to come. "I remember the first scream," she said, her voice trembling, echoing through the empty streets as she clutched her brother's hand, fingers digging into flesh, both seeking solace in the other. "I remember how it pierced the air like a dagger." Alizia stood in the shadows, her heart racing, the cacophony of destruction drumming in her ears. The flames licked the skyline, hungrily devouring everything they touched, and with it, the dreams of a city too proud to cower. It was just a market day. Just meat, bread, laughter spilling over like wine. And now, her breath hitched as a wall crumbled nearby, sending debris cascading like the remnants of hope. She wiped her tears, trying to keep the burning panic at bay, but the shadows danced with a life of their own, a grotesque ballet that twisted joy into horror. Beside her, Jonah, her brother, was a tempest of emotion, his youthful spirit battling against the encroaching darkness. "We can't stay here, Alizia." His voice trembled, a fragile thing on the brink of shattering. "We have to go." His eyes darted to the chaos spilling into their lives like ink spilling over paper, soaking it all in darkness. But Alizia could only stare, haunted by memories of their mother's laughter, now a ghost that taunted her as the world crumbled. "I remember when we thought the walls would protect us," she whispered, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "Now they are as useless as dreams in a nightmare." The irony twisted like a knife in her gut. She had once believed in those walls, had thought their lives safe within, but they were crumbling, and so was her faith. A shriek pierced the air, raw and primal. People poured into the streets, faces twisted in fear, panic cascading like a wave. With every step, Alizia felt the ground quake beneath her, not just with the tremors of destruction but with the weight of lost innocence. She glanced at Jonah, whose eyes shimmered with rising terror, his youth robbed by the specter of chaos. "We have to find Mom," he shouted, but all Alizia could think about was the last moment they shared, a simple meal, their mother's voice swirling through the air like a lullaby, now drowned in the roar of fire and fury. "Don't think about her. We need to move, Jonah." She gripped his hand tighter, feeling his pulse racing against hers, a metronome of anxiety as they ran through the maelstrom. The sky darkened, heavy with ash and despair, wrapping around them like a shroud. Each face they passed was a portrait of fear, a reflection of their own, wide eyes, mouths agape in silent screams, as if the very air was suffocating them. They reached the town square, and what was once a hub of laughter lay in ruins, cracked stones, splintered wood, and the remains of lives scattered like fallen leaves. Alizia's throat tightened as a familiar face caught her eye, a neighbor, once vibrant and full of life, now reduced to a husk, eyes glazed over in shock. "Do you think we can help them?" Jonah's voice trembled, innocence teetering on the brink of lost hope. "No, not now," she said, the words clawing at her throat, tasting of ash and regret. "We have to survive." She felt the weight of the world on her shoulders as they pressed forward, navigating the labyrinth of despair. Flashes of light illuminated the chaos, soldiers swarming like vultures, their shouts mingling with the cries of the fallen. Alizia felt her heart thunder in her chest, each beat a reminder of the fragility of life. She could almost hear the ticking of a clock in her mind, a countdown to what? To salvation? Or to the final moments of a city that had once thrived? A figure stumbled into view, a man broken by the weight of loss, his eyes wild with the feral desperation of a cornered animal. "They took her," he screamed, the words tearing from his throat like a battle cry. "They took my daughter." Alizia felt something snap inside her, a primal urge to protect, to scream, to fight against the madness. She understood him, felt the echo of his despair reverberate through her bones. The ghosts of their childhood danced in her mind, taunting her with the dreams she would never have, with the family that was now just a memory. "We can't," Jonah began, but the despair hung heavy between them, choking their determination, leaving them gasping for breath, for hope. "We need to find a place to hide." Alizia nodded, her mind racing through the map of their city, memories of safe havens flickering like a dying flame. They ducked into an alley, shadows swallowing them whole, the world outside a cacophony of chaos. The ground shook, the walls trembled, and the night echoed with the cries of the lost. Alizia's heart pounded, the rhythm steady yet frantic, a grim reminder of their mortality. She looked at Jonah, his face illuminated by the fleeting glow of flames, and felt the weight of responsibility crash down upon her. "Stay close," she breathed, the words almost lost in the storm. A flicker of hope surged within her, a surge of memories, laughter, warmth. "We survived the winter storms, we can survive this." But even as the words left her lips, she knew they were hollow, a thin veneer over the reality of the moment. "Alizia." Jonah's voice cracked, a raw edge slicing through the dimness. "What if we don't make it?" "I remember the stars," she whispered, wrapping her arms around him, grounding them both in a moment of fleeting solace. "Even in the darkest nights, they shine. We'll find our way back." But as the chaos raged around them, those stars felt like distant dreams slipping through her fingers, and the shadows drew closer, their tendrils coiling around her heart. They were trapped in a storm, lost in a city rapidly becoming a ghost of its former self, and the weight of despair threatened to crush them both. As they stood, trembling in the dark, the world outside screamed, a chorus of anguish that echoed through the very streets they had once called home. Alizia clenched her fists, feeling the fire of defiance flicker deep within. She would fight, not just for survival but for the memory of everything they had lost. The plundering and destruction of the city was not just a physical act, it was a stripping away of hope, a theft that clawed at the very essence of who they were. And in that moment of desperation, as the shadows threatened to consume them, Alizia made a silent vow: they would not be mere victims of this chaos. They would rise, from the ashes of despair and the ruins of their lives, like a phoenix reborn. The air was thick with smoke and despair, a miasma that clung to the throat and stung the eyes. The city trembled beneath the weight of its own decay, a once thriving heart now hanging by threads, each pulse a desperate plea for salvation. I stood there, amongst the crumbling stones, the cries of the dying echoing like a haunting melody. I remember the screams, sharp, blood-curdling, echoing off the walls, a grim symphony scoring the final act of a doomed play. Al-Mustasim stood at the crumbling parapet, his brows furrowed, a lion trapped in a cage of his own making. Fear nibbled at the edges of his mind, a persistent whispering that refused to be silenced. This is not how it ends, he thought, clenching his fists until his nails bit into the flesh. The world outside was chaos, a swirling tempest of swords, flames, and blood. And he was only a breath away from losing everything. He had once stood proud, a ruler clad in silk and gold, now reduced to shadows and echoes, the ghost of a king whose reign slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. Across the courtyard, his loyal advisor, Ibn Alaz, paced like a panther, frustration coursing through him. He was a man of sharp intellect, crushed under the weight of his own hopes. "We can still negotiate," he urged, voice trembling with desperation. But the truth gnawed at him. It was a lie, a fragile, shimmering lie that would shatter the moment it met the cold, hard steel of reality. "They'll never listen," he muttered under his breath, feeling the icy fingers of dread curl around his heart. I remember the tension in Ibn Allah's shoulders, the way he clenched and unclenched his jaw, a habitual dance of anxiety. The world around him blurred, the air thick with the stench of fear and decay, but he pressed on. "We must buy time," he whispered to Al-Mustasim, urgent and raw. "Perhaps if we stall," but the words hung in the air, a feeble promise against a rising tide of despair. As the sun dipped low, painting the horizon in hues of dread and resignation, shadows lengthened across the city, stretching toward the last bastion of hope. Al-Mustasim remembered the nights when laughter echoed in the grand halls of his palace, when he could still dream beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky. Now, dreams were whispers of what could have been, and every heartbeat felt like a countdown to oblivion. Then the gate splintered under the battering ram's relentless assault, a terrible, final crescendo. The sound swallowed the air. Al-Mustasim and Ibn Alas exchanged a glance, a moment suspended in time, where the weight of their shared history hung heavy.
What do we do?
Ibn Alas asked, fear creeping through the cracks of his bravado. Fight, Al-Mustasim replied, but even the words tasted bitter on his tongue. Fight against what? The inevitable? The tide of history that rolled inexorably forward, indifferent and merciless? In that moment, he felt like a character in a tragic play, thrust into a role he had not chosen, yet one that consumed him whole. The doors burst open, a rush of chaos flooding the room. The invaders poured in, shadows among shadows, cloaked figures wielding swords that glinted with the promise of blood. Al-Mustasim's heart thundered in his chest as he faced the oncoming storm, the air thick with the tang of iron and desperation. He drew his own sword, the blade a cold comfort in his trembling hands. But the battle was not for him to win. It was a dance of death, a wild, chaotic turn that ripped through the remnants of his command. Ibn Alas fought beside him, desperation turning his every swing into a prayer, a plea for the impossible to be wrought from the jaws of despair. "Stay close," he shouted, his voice a lifeline in the chaos. Yet with every clash of steel, Al-Mustasim felt his resolve crack. Each enemy that fell felt like a piece of himself crumbling, the weight of hopelessness growing heavier with each passing moment. They were losing. The city, their city, was falling. "We can't let them take us like this," he roared, though deep down, he felt the wind of inevitability whispering its chilling song. Then it happened, a moment that crystallized into painful clarity. Al-Mustasim was separated from Ibn Alas, surrounded by a whirlwind of chaos. Shadows loomed, faces twisted with rage and bloodlust. He fought, but each swing of his sword felt like slicing through air, futile and empty. The world darkened, screams became a dull roar, the clashing of steel a haunting lullaby. He fell, the ground rising to meet him with a thud. Time stretched and warped. He was aware of the weight of boots marching toward him, the glint of steel a breath away. They had him now, the last king of a dying city. Despair wrapped around him like a suffocating shroud. Ibn Alas fought his way through the chaos, but the tide was too great. "No," he screamed, desperation clawing at his throat as he saw his friend, his king, brought to his knees. The world around him faded, the battle a distant roar as he rushed forward, moving against the current of advancing doom. But there was no savior in this story. Al-Mustasim felt the cold steel press against his neck, the finality of it all washing over him like an icy wave. "Forgive me," he wanted to scream to Ibn Alas, to the city, to the dreams that would never rise again. As the blade fell, a shattering silence enveloped the chaos, a stillness that spoke of the end, a palpable, spine-chilling void that would echo through time. In that moment, the world collapsed, the city faded, and the dreams of a king turned to ash. There was no resurrection, only the haunting memory of what had been, an echo in the shadows, a whisper in the dark. And as the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, the night swallowed the last remnants of hope, leaving only the ghosts of the past to wander through the ruins of a shattered empire. The air was thick, suffocating, heavy with the scent of burnt parchment and whispered fears. A single candle flickered defiantly in the damp corner of a cold stone chamber, casting dancing shadows that twisted like the minds of those trapped within its walls. I stood there, paralyzed by the weight of dread, listening to the sharp clinking of iron shackles echoing down the corridor, each sound a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead. I remember the moment I first saw him, the scholar, draped in a tattered robe, hair disheveled like a wild storm. His name was Elias, and his eyes held galaxies of knowledge, a universe of thoughts now trapped in a prison cell. His brilliance had once illuminated the darkest corners of philosophy, but now he was just another ghost, fading against the cold stone walls. They had come for him, like wolves to a wounded deer, hungry for the very essence of curiosity that made him who he was. "Do you know what they do to men like us?" he rasped, voice hoarse as if his words were choked by the very reality that surrounded him. I shook my head, but the truth was clawing at my insides. I, too, was a scholar, flawed, desperate, and terrified. My name was Lena, and I had spent countless nights absorbed in dusty tomes, drowning in knowledge to escape the bitterness of a reality that felt too heavy, too burdensome. I was aware of the fate that awaited us, the looming specter of silence that hung over the intellectuals who dared to question, to think, to dream. Silence is a cruel mistress, I whispered, my voice trembling. But it is better than the alternative. Elias chuckled softly, a sound devoid of joy, a hollow echo that filled the room, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. What do you think they want? To crush our minds? To extinguish the fire of thought? They wish to rewrite history, replace our truths with their lies. He paused, and I could see the spark of defiance igniting within him. But we are made of stars, Lena. They cannot dim our light. Outside, the world had become a cacophony of chaos, marching boots, shouting guards, the distant wailing of the oppressed. The air was electric, charged with tension, and beneath it all lay an undercurrent of rebellion, simmering just below the surface. We were all connected, scholars and commoners alike, woven into a tapestry of shared hopes and fears. I remember the faces of my fellow scholars, each etched with the lines of desperation, each story a thread in the larger narrative of resistance. There was Ahmed, a poet, whose words could bring nations to their knees, now silenced by their fear of his verses. And Claire, a historian, who saw the truth in the ruins of our past but was labeled a traitor for daring to expose it. Together, we formed a fragile alliance, a band of misfits bound by the shared weight of our existence. But darkness loomed. I could feel it creeping closer, like a predator stalking its prey. The messages we whispered in the shadows were being caught, the fragile threads of our lives unraveling one by one. I could taste the bitter tang of betrayal on my tongue, a reminder that trust was as scarce as a drop of water in a desert. Lena, Elias's voice broke through my thoughts, urgent and raw. We've been summoned. The world around us faded, replaced by the chilling reality of what lay ahead, a confrontation with the very essence of authority, a reckoning that would either shatter us or forge us anew. My heart raced, each pulse a drumbeat echoing through the silence of despair. We would stand before them, the arbiters of truth, the executioners of thought, and we were armed only with our words, the most dangerous weapon of all. As we were led through the twisting halls, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us. The walls whispered secrets, tales of those who had come before, of scholars whose lives had been snuffed out like tiny candles in a storm. I remembered their names, the echoes of their laughter and despair, woven into the fabric of our struggles. The chamber where we were brought was vast, imposing, filled with the ghosts of those who had dared to dream. A long table stretched before us, lined with figures draped in shadows, faces obscured by the weight of their power. They were the architects of our fate, the guardians of ignorance, and at that moment, as we stood on the precipice of confrontation, I felt the fear surge through me like ice water. There were no heroes here, only flawed beings fighting against a world that sought to stifle them. I could see it in Elias's clenched fists, the way his body tensed, ready to explode with the truth he had nurtured in his heart. And I could feel it in my own chest, a storm brewing, the pressure building to a breaking point. "Speak your truths," came a voice from the shadows, dripping with contempt. "Or suffer the consequences." I watched as Elias stepped forward, each movement resonating with a raw intensity, his spirit unbroken despite the chains that bound him. "You think you can silence us?" His voice rang like a bell, vibrant and alive. "You think you can bury our thoughts beneath the weight of your cruelty?" The silence that followed was palpable, thick enough to suffocate. I sensed the tension, the palpable fear that rippled through the chamber like an electric current. With every heartbeat, the moment stretched, suspended in time, teetering on the edge of calamity. And then, as if summoned by the very air we breathed, a roar erupted, a flood of voices from beyond the walls, the cries of the oppressed mingling with our own. The world outside was rising, igniting the flames of rebellion that had long been smoldering. It was a symphony of defiance, a chorus of hope. In that instant, time fractured. I saw flashes of memories, distant echoes of laughter, fleeting dreams of freedom, the ghosts of those who had fought before us. The tendrils of despair intertwined with the threads of hope, and I felt the overwhelming weight of what it meant to be human, to dream, to yearn for truth in a world that sought to suffocate it. We were not mere scholars, we were the heartbeat of a revolution, a living testament to the power of thought. And as we stood on the brink of confrontation, ready to challenge the darkness, I understood this: our stories would not end here. They would ripple through time, echoing long after our voices faded, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit against the abyss. And in that moment, under the flickering candlelight, I felt the universe shift, the very fabric of existence tremble with the weight of our courage. The clock was ticking, the shadows were closing in, but we would not be silenced. We would not go gently into that good night. No, we would howl against the dying of the light, our words a beacon shining through the dark. And in that defiant light, we would remain, forever intertwined with the cosmos, unyielding, unbroken, and alive. A clock tower loomed, its heavy bell tolling the hour with a haunting resonance that echoed through the narrow streets of a city soaked in shadows. An old man, skin like parchment and eyes glimmering with a lifetime of wisdom, stood frozen beneath it, the world around him a blur of anguish and hope. He clutched a worn copy of Ibn Rushd's asterisk, The Incoherence of the Incoherence asterisk, a text that had birthed storms of intellect and fury. The words within had sparked revolutions, both in thought and in blood. And here he was, a mere whisper of a man before the cacophony of history, trembling at the thought of what was lost. I remember the way the air felt that night, thick, electric, like the moments before lightning strikes. I remember the shouts, the rage bubbling up from the streets, a tide of humanity ready to drown the last vestiges of reason. People swarmed like bees, buzzing with the sweet but dangerous nectar of ideas that sparked fires in their hearts. They were hungry for change, yet terrified of the chains that ideas could forge. Yet, among the chaos, there was Amina, a scholar with wild curls framing her face, eyes bright with the fervor of 1,000 debates. She fought against the silence imposed by tradition, each word an arrow aimed at the heart of apathy. Knowledge is light, she would declare at dusk, her voice rising above the murmur of doubt. And what is light without the courage to face the dark? But Amina was not untouched by the darkness herself. She bore her own scars, her mother's oppressive whispers, the suffocating expectations that wrapped around her like a noose. Each day, she wrestled with the ghosts of her past, their fingers clutching at her determination, trying to pull her under. Then there was Tariq, a former friend turned bitter rival. He had once walked beside her in the libraries, sharing dreams of enlightenment, but ambition had twisted him, turned his zeal into a weapon. Now he stood on the opposite side of the fray, a figure shrouded in shadows, wielding the sword of orthodoxy. "You play with fire, Amina," he spat one evening, the air between them crackling with unspoken emotions. "Do not be surprised when it consumes you." The haunting truth was that he was right. The deeper she delved into her quest for truth, the more she felt the heat of flames licking at her heels. And so it was on that fateful night, when the skies wept stars, that Amina stood at the precipice of her greatest challenge. The streets roared with voices demanding justice, demanding knowledge, demanding a reckoning. But shadows lingered, and Tariq waited, lurking at the edges of the crowd, watching, plotting. His eyes were cold, a reflection of the pain he could not escape, an ache that told him he was losing the very essence of who he had been. In the midst of this chaos, Amina felt a tremor in her heart, a voice whispering doubts as doubt often does. What if you fail? What if you're wrong? The thought wrapped around her like a vine, choking the breath from her lungs. She thought of the scholars before her, the ones whose words had shifted the sands of time. What would they think of her struggle? Would they see her as a beacon of hope, or merely as another soul crushed beneath the weight of expectation? As the night deepened, the confrontation became inevitable, each second a heartbeat echoing through the temple of her thoughts. It felt like standing on a tightrope suspended over a chasm, the abyss hungry below. The air was thick with tension, the world held its breath. She could feel eyes upon her, those who had come to witness the clash of ideals, the sparkle of hope against the dull, suffocating armor of tradition. Tariq stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. "You stand for chaos, Amina. You think knowledge can thrive in the wild? It is a garden, tender and protected, not a battlefield." The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath, a single wave of fear and admiration washing over them. He was right, in a way. Knowledge could be as delicate as a flower, and yet Amina felt the fire roaring within her, a wildfire that could not be contained. And what of that garden, Tariq? What happens when the weeds choke the flowers? Do we simply stand aside and let it happen? Her words pierced the air, raw and fierce. The confrontation escalated, a dance of passion and pain, ideologies crashing like waves against the jagged rocks of reality. "You are a fool," he shouted, but she saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the storm hidden behind his rage. "And yet, my foolishness is my birthright," she retorted, the conviction in her voice trembling with fierce truth. The crowd swelled with energy, a living organism, pulsing with their own longings for knowledge, freedom, and understanding. I remember the moment, the stillness that followed, a heartbeat suspended in time. The city, the world, everything seemed to fade away. It was just Amina, Tariq, and the ghosts of the past that loomed over them, waiting for the outcome of this tempest of words. She reached deep within herself, feeling the weight of her ancestors, the scholars who had battled for their voices to be heard, and for the right to dream. And then, it came, a surge of power that rippled through her veins. She spoke not just of knowledge, but of the very essence of humanity. "We are not mere vessels to be filled, Tariq. We bleed, we dream, we fight." And with each word, she felt the chains of expectation shatter, the darkness recede just a little, as if a crack in the night had let in a sliver of dawn. But the battle was far from over. It was merely the beginning of an epic clash that would resonate through the annals of history. The impact of their words would ripple through the fabric of Islamic culture and scholarship, a legacy woven with both hope and despair, illumination and shadow, freedom and bondage. Because in the end, knowledge was not merely a tool, nor a shield, but a battleground, a place where hearts collided, and souls ignited in the ceaseless struggle for understanding. And I, a mere observer, felt the weight of it all, the urgency of each heartbeat, each breath, echoing into the unknown, a promise of what was yet to come. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver amidst an expanse of dark velvet, casting an eerie glow over the cobblestone streets of the city. The air was thick, laden with the scent of damp earth and a whisper of decay. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, a palpable force that suffocated the very breath from my lungs. Heart pounding, I stepped into the shadows, my heart racing, every instinct screaming. Someone was watching, waiting. Is this what it feels like to be prey? I thought, shivering as the chill snaked down my spine. I remembered the tales, the assassins, those phantoms of the night, whose very names struck terror into the hearts of kings. They moved like smoke, silent and deadly, shrouded in secrecy. I shivered again, recalling the whispers in the taverns, where men spoke in hushed tones, eyes darting to dark corners as if the assassins might strike in that very moment. There she was, Elena, the heart of the storm. Her breath quickened, each inhale a battle against fear, her eyes darted, searching the shadows, searching for me. But even in her panic, there was something fierce, something luminous, as if she were forged from the very fury of the tempest. She had lost everything. Her family, her home, her very sense of self, all torn away by the cold, calculating hands of the assassins. Revenge was stitched into her soul, a dark thread that wove through every thought, every moment. "Do you remember?" she whispered, voice trembling. "Do you remember the night they came?" I felt the weight of her memories, each one a dagger, each one a reminder of the ghosts that haunted us. I remember, the words fell from my lips like lead. The night sky had been a canvas of stars, but their light had been eclipsed by the shadows of death. The assassins had descended like vultures, and I had watched, helpless, as they claimed everything dear to her. A flicker of movement pulled my gaze, there, just at the edge of the alley. A figure cloaked in the night, eyes glinting like shards of ice. And then, a laugh, soft yet chilling. It danced through the night, wrapping around us like a noose. A memory of laughter, but not the kind that brings warmth. This was the laughter of the damned. "Run," I breathed, urgency spilling from my lips like a desperate prayer. But Elena stood rooted, the fire within her flickering dangerously. "No. They took everything from me. I will not run." Her fists clenched, nails biting into her palms, blood blooming like roses on white petals. "They will pay." And there it was, the tension, taut as a bowstring, ready to snap. She was as much a hunter as she was a victim, caught in the snare of her own vengeance. I felt my heart thud painfully against my ribs. I wanted to pull her back. I wanted to shield her from the darkness that whispered promises of power but demanded blood. But could I? Could I save her from herself? The air crackled, thick with tension, the promise of an impending storm. In the distance, a clock tower chimed, each toll a countdown to chaos. I closed my eyes, letting the memories wash over me like a wave, a kaleidoscope of faces lost, laughter stolen, lives shattered. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue. And then there was Darius, the embodiment of chaos, the very shadow that haunted both our lives. His grin was a crashing wave, a riptide pulling us under. He had been one of them, a blade in the dark, and yet he stood before us, a twisted reflection of the heroes we wished to be. "I'm here to help," he claimed, but the words dripped with uncertainty, like honey turning sour. "They're coming for you. You need to leave now." "Help!" Elena spat, venomous and hot. "You think we'll trust a traitor?" The air sizzled with animosity, and my heart raced as I watched two storms collide, a cyclone of anger and betrayal. Darius's eyes darkened. "You think I wanted this? I was just as much a pawn as you are. But now, I can help you move the pieces." My pulse quickened. The board was shifting, pieces in motion, but who could we trust? The assassins danced in the shadows, their influence sprawling like a web, ensnaring us all. Every choice bore the weight of consequence, and I could feel the tendrils of fate wrapping around my throat. "Trust no one," I whispered. "Not even him." A flicker of doubt passed across Elena's face. I could see the conflict within her, a storm battling for dominance. But as the clock chimed again, a foreboding echo that resonated through the alley, I felt the urgency escalate. The assassins are coming. They won't wait for us to figure this out. Pain shot through Elena's eyes, a wound so deep it was almost visible. "Then what do we do?" "Just run." "Sometimes running is the only choice," I replied, the words tasting bitter as they left my mouth. There was a power in fleeing, a strange dignity in survival. And just like that, the shadows shifted. Figures emerged, cloaked in darkness, their presence a suffocating weight that pressed against my chest. I felt the air crackle with danger, an electric thrill that sent shivers racing through my bones. "Stand ready," Darius hissed, the bravado cracking under the weight of his own fear. I looked to Elena, her spirit alight with fury. "No more running. We fight." And in that moment, I understood, this was not just about survival, it was about reclaiming our lives, our pain, our stories from the assassins who would rewrite them in blood. I could feel the tension coiling, the impending confrontation thrumming against my heartbeat. But the night was far from over, and the true battle lay ahead, waiting, watching, ready to consume us all. The assassins were shadows that would never fade, and our choices would echo in eternity. The clock ticked on, a reminder that time was no longer our ally. The storm was here, and we were caught right in the eye of it. The night was suffocating. Shadows clung to the jagged remnants of a city torn apart, whispering secrets only the wind could understand. A distant siren wailed, a ghostly echo of lives once rich and full, now reduced to mere survival. I stood there, my heart pounding against my ribcage, a metronome to the chaos surrounding me. The air was thick with desperation, a tangible weight that pressed down on my chest, suffocating hope with every labored breath. I remember the first time I saw him. His name was Amir, a boy of 12, with dark eyes that held a universe of fear. He crouched behind a crumbling wall, clutching a tattered teddy bear, its fur matted and torn. In that moment, he was not just a child, he was a symbol, a reflection of countless others who had lost everything. I could almost hear the unspoken plea in his silence, a prayer wrapped in fragility. "Please, not today," it seemed to say, "not today." The ground trembled beneath us, the reverberations of distant gunfire punctuating the air. I could see it in Amir's eyes, the flicker of life shadowed by the weight of impending doom. Around us, families streamed past, faces drawn and hollow, each step a testament to their shattered dreams. I tried to reach out, to comfort him, but the words felt like ash in my throat. What could I say? What solace could I offer to a boy whose world had crumbled into dust? A few paces away stood Layla, Amir's older sister, her hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. She was a storm, a whirlwind of fury and grief, her heart a battleground. "We have to go, Amir! Now!" Her voice cracked, a fragile thread tethering her to sanity. The fire in her spirit was undeniable, yet behind her eyes lurked a storm of doubts. Would they make it? Would they find safety? Or were they simply racing toward a different kind of hell? I remember the way her hair whipped around her face, wild and free, as if it had a life of its own. In that moment, she was fierce and beautiful, a lioness ready to protect her cub. But with each passing moment, the haunting thought lingered, what if they didn't escape? What if this was their last chance to flee the ashes of their home? The path ahead was littered with debris, remnants of shattered lives. I stepped over a rusted bicycle, its wheels forever locked in a moment of stillness, a stark reminder of childhood lost. My heart ached as I thought of the laughter that once filled these streets, of children chasing each other beneath the unwavering sun. Now, all that remained were echoes, hollow and haunting. "Keep moving," Layla urged, pulling Amir along with her, their shadows weaving through the darkness like threads in a fraying tapestry. But the city wouldn't let them go without a fight. The ground shook again, this time a deafening roar that echoed through the night, a reminder that danger lurked at every corner. I felt it in my bones, a chilling anticipation, the kind that sent shivers down my spine. I remember the faces of those around us, etched in fear, each one a mirror reflecting back the despair I felt. Mothers cradled their infants, eyes wide with terror, while the elderly shuffled past, their bodies bent but their spirits unbroken. They were ghosts of the lives they once led, each one carrying a story, a dream, a hope that had been crushed beneath the weight of violence. As we moved, I caught a glimpse of a clock tower, its hands frozen in time. What did it mean for time to stand still? For moments to stretch into eternity while life continued to unravel? I felt a creeping sense of dread, a reminder that the past could never be reclaimed, that every tick resonated with loss. "Layla!" Amir's voice trembled, a fragile thread woven through the chaos. "What if we don't find Mom?" His small body shuddered, the fear in his voice piercing through me like a dagger. In that fleeting moment, I saw the boy he once was, the carefree child who laughed at silly things, who believed in the magic of the world. The war had stolen that from him, and the realization was a bitter pill to swallow. "Sure, we will find her," Layla whispered fiercely, though her eyes betrayed the uncertainty she felt. Her expression flickered between determination and despair, a dance too familiar to me. What does a sister do when the weight of the world rests on her shoulders? How does one carry the hopes of a sibling while grappling with the possibility of loss? The night wrapped around us like an unwelcome shroud, full of shadows and whispers. I could feel the pulse of the city, a heartbeat like a drum in the silence, heavy, dark, and unyielding. I watched as people huddled together, forming makeshift groups of solidarity against an indifferent world. There was an unspoken bond among them, a shared understanding that transcended words. They had all been uprooted, their lives shattered like glass, and yet, they clung to one another like lifelines in a tempest. A sudden explosion shattered my thoughts, a violent bloom of light that illuminated the night sky. I watched as the faces around me contorted in terror, the air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and fear. "Run!" Layla shouted, her voice slicing through the chaos, beckoning to Amir, who stood frozen, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before him. In that moment, I understood, grief was not just a feeling, it was a force that could shatter and reshape lives, leaving nothing but echoes in its wake. The fragility of existence pressed down on me, suffocating in its intensity. The world felt impossibly vast, and yet, here we were, bound together by heartache and the struggle for survival. I remember the way the stars flickered above, distant and cold, as if they were watching us, bearing witness to the unfolding tragedy. In the cosmic play of existence, we were but fleeting moments, shimmering briefly before slipping into darkness. What did it mean to be alive in a world so cruel? What comfort could be found in the vastness of the universe when the ground beneath us felt so insecure? As we stumbled through the wreckage, the agony of loss enveloped us. I felt the weight of those who had come before us, their stories etched into the very fabric of the earth. Each step we took was a declaration, a refusal to be silenced, a testament to resilience in the face of despair. But there was no end here, no resolution waiting to be discovered. The journey was a continuous flow of heartache and hope, a relentless spiral of uncertainty that mirrored the human experience itself. In this moment, as we ran toward the unknown, we were not just fleeing a crumbling city, we were searching for the remnants of our souls, the fragments of who we once were. And then, as dawn broke, a fragile light spilling over the horizon, Layla's voice cut through, fierce and unwavering. "Together, Amir. We'll find her. Together." The promise hung in the air, a lifeline woven with threads of love and courage, a spark igniting hope amid the ashes. We ran, propelled by the urgency of survival, toward a horizon that was both terrifying and beautiful, leaving behind the ghosts of what once was, carrying forward the dreams of what could still be. The air shudders with an eerie silence, blades of grass trembling as if they too sensed the weight of the world. I remember that moment, standing before something vast and terrible, the horizon consumed by shadows, the remnants of a city's heartbeat echoing in the distance. Charred walls, once proud and vibrant, now crumbled to dust, ghosts of the past lingered, whispering the tales of those who dared to defy the Mongol tide. A chill runs down my spine. This was no ordinary conquest. This was a reckoning. Arslan stands beside me, a figure of rigid defiance wrapped in a cloak of despair. His father, once a chieftain, now nothing but another name on a long scroll of the dead. "I will bring my people back," he mutters, his voice a fragile thread woven through the chaos. Eyes fierce, he clenches his fists, knuckles white against the inevitable. Yet, I see the cracks. The glimmers of doubt that dance behind his resolve. His dreams of revenge, of glory, are undercut by the weight of responsibility, how to lead a people scattered like stray sheep, frightened and lost. The moon hangs heavy, a silver coin tossed into a dark well. I remember nights like this, filled with promises of change and the taste of iron in the air. The Mongol administration is a beast, ruthless, yet efficient. They don't just conquer, they bind the lands under an iron grip, weaving a tapestry of fear and order. They bring the sword, yes, but they also bring the pen, laws written in blood, and citizens expected to bleed loyalty. Arslan's fight is not just against the Mongols, it's against the very essence of control. He feels the tension in his chest, the weight of history driving him onward, suffocating him. And then there's Amina, the village healer. She moves through the remnants of her home like a wisp of smoke, soft and fluid, yet filled with a bitter strength. She knows the land, its secrets buried beneath layers of grief. "There's no healing without loss," she says, and I feel the resonance of her words. She's tending to the wounded, those whose suffering is woven into a tapestry of conflict, a mother, a child, a father, each heartbeat a reminder of what has been taken. I see her hands, stained with the remnants of herbs and despair, her spirit breaking beneath the weight of her duties. She longs for peace, yet every day she's reminded that peace is a ghost, whispering promises she cannot grasp. Arslan and Amina, two souls caught in the web of fate, fighting against an empire that doesn't see them, doesn't hear them. They are like candles in a storm, flickering with the hope of a tomorrow that feels increasingly out of reach. The night drags on, stretching like the shadows creeping across the ground, as the Mongol emissaries sweep through the remnants of their conquered lands, eyes scanning for compliance, for submission. I remember the moment I first saw them, their horses, wild and fierce, thundering through the smoke. The warriors rode like demons, their presence striking terror into the hearts of those who dared to hope. They spoke in guttural tones, the sound reverberating like a death knell, commanding obedience with a mere flick of their wrists. Arslan's defiance felt like a flame against the wind, but I could see the way his heart raced, the way his resolve wavered under the glaring eyes of authority. He's seen too much, he's lost too much. "How do you fight a nightmare?" he whispers to me, voice trembling as if speaking the words could summon it. "It's too late to run. The beast is already here." Amina's laughter cuts through the darkness, a sound so absurdly out of place that it sends shivers down my spine. "You two act like the end is nigh, as if the world itself hasn't crumbled before." Her humor is a blade, sharp and unexpected. She jests about the Mongols like they're a bad joke, a punchline to the absurdity of life. They may bathe once a year, but they know how to wield power like a butcher with a cleaver. Beneath the laughter, there's a tremor of fear, an acknowledgement of the fragile line between life and death. But Arslan cannot laugh. He watches her, his heart breaking with the weight of his own unspoken fears. And what if they come for us next? His voice is raw, stripped of bravado. What if their order comes for the healers, for the ones who dare to save? He feels the urgency clawing at his throat, the desperate need to protect her, to protect them both from the encroaching darkness that feels more like a shadow than a conqueror. Days bleed into nights, and the Mongols tighten their grip. Each sunrise brings new edicts, new demands, taxes, loyalty, oaths sworn on the very graves of ancestors. The villagers walk with heads bowed, eyes hollow, as if the very joy of life has been siphoned away, leaving behind nothing but husks. I watch as Amina tends to the sick, her hands trembling, and Arslan stares into the distance, plotting rebellions while wrestling with the spectre of despair. They are on the brink, teetering on the edge of a precipice. One wrong move could send them tumbling into the abyss. I remember when hope felt like a tangible thing, a flickering candle in the dark, but now it seems almost cruel, a ghostly illusion that mocks their pain. And I, a mere observer, feel the weight of their struggle pressing against my chest, suffocating in its intensity. As night falls once more, an unsettling calm settles over the village. The stars above twinkle like distant memories, and the eerie silence is shattered by the distant echoes of hooves against the earth. Arslan stands tall, chest heaving, and Amina clutches her herbs like talismans against the encroaching dread. The Mongols are coming, and with them, the cold chill of fate. Their world is shifting, and the consequences are as unpredictable as the night sky. Tomorrow will bring more than just light, it will bring reckoning, the clash of wills. Their stories are woven into the fabric of a land etched with scars, each heartbeat a drum, calling for change, for revolution, for something, anything, to break the silence. In the depths of despair, hope flickers stubbornly, refusing to die. And as the shadows grow long, I can't help but wonder, when the dawn breaks, what will remain? The wind howled through the shattered streets, a mournful wail that echoed the realities now carved into the very stones of the city. Ashen skies hung low, heavy with the weight of despair, as if the heavens themselves wept for the souls lost in the chaos. The siege had left its mark, not just in crumbled walls and hollowed homes, but in the hearts of those who remained. I stood in the midst of it all, my pulse a frantic drumbeat against the silence that stretched like a taut wire above the ruins. I remember the first time I saw Myra after the smoke cleared, her eyes wide, haunted, reflecting nothing but shadows. She stood there, amidst the debris, a spectre of the girl I once knew, a girl who danced with laughter and dreams. Now, her laughter was a ghost that haunted her, trapped in the echo of memories too painful to revisit. "Do you remember the way the sun used to glaze our rooftops in gold?" she whispered, her voice trembling, as if the air itself could shatter at any moment. It was a question drenched in sorrow, a longing for a time when hope felt less like a noose and more like a blanket pressed close against the chill of reality. Beside her, Yarrick, the once carefree artist, now bore the weight of 1,000 regrets etched into his skin. His hands, once deft with color, now trembled, stained with soot and ash, betraying the turmoil that churned within him. "I remember," he murmured, his voice thick with the taste of bitterness, "the way we would paint our dreams upon the walls, each stroke a promise of a better tomorrow." But that tomorrow had been eclipsed by shadows, and the walls now stood bare, stripped of color, a canvas of despair where only echoes remained. Myra turned to him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, and in that moment, the universe shifted. The air thickened with unspoken words, every syllable a shard of glass, sharp and glistening, threatening to cut through the fragile silence between them. "We need to remember," she urged. "If we forget, they win." But what was memory in the face of such obliteration? What was a song when the instruments lay silent beneath rubble? I felt the weight of their stares, the unyielding gravity of their pain pulling me into a whirlpool of unrelenting emotion. I was a bystander in their tragedy, a witness to the unraveling of their spirits. "Remembering is easy," Yarrick snapped, rage flickering in his gaze like the dying embers of a fire he had fought so hard to maintain. "What's hard is facing the ghosts of what we once were." His hands clenched into fists, and I saw the pulse of grief and fury clash within him, a storm brewing behind the calm facade he tried to maintain. The shadows danced around us as twilight fell, the city morphing into a surreal landscape painted with despair and flickers of hope. I could feel the ghost of laughter intertwining with the cries of the fallen. It was all there, weaving a tapestry of shared memories and dreams. A tinkle of laughter from a child, a soft echo of a song sung under the stars, the warmth of the sun kissing our skin, all of it hung in the air, tantalizingly close yet painfully out of reach. "Let us hold on to what we had," Myra said again, her voice breaking, transforming into a fragile thread that seemed to bind us together. "Let's exchange our stories, our pain, our hopes, even if it's just for tonight." In her plea, I saw the flicker of desperation, the need to weave a connection in a world that had frayed and splintered. It was an act of defiance, a ritual of the heart, a desperate attempt to forge meaning from chaos. The irony was thick, like trying to paint a portrait with ashes, but it was all we had left. Yarrick exhaled sharply, the sound mingling with the wind that tugged at the remnants of our existence. "What do you propose?" "A banquet of broken dreams." But even as the words fell from his lips, I could sense he was listening, his heart a living drum, matching the rhythm of Myra's fragile hope. "Perhaps," Myra offered, a spark igniting in her gaze. "Or perhaps we gather the remnants of this place, these broken tiles, the stories etched in the dust, and create something new." I felt the stirring within me, a spark ignited by her words, a swirl of color amidst the gray. The absurdity of it all made me want to laugh and cry at once. Here we were, beneath a sky that had forgotten how to smile, discussing the resurrection of art and beauty when the world lay in ruins around us. The night deepened, thickening with the weight of the moment, and I felt the breath of history brushing against my skin. Time stretched like an elastic band, snapping back to the past and propelling us into an unknown future. I remembered the stories my grandfather told me, legends of resilience, tales of triumph spun amid despair. I wanted to believe in that spirit. I wanted to believe in us. Myra's fingers grazed my arm, pulling me back, grounding me in the present chaos. "Will you help us?" The question hung in the air like a promise, trembling, waiting to be fulfilled. I nodded, a vow unspoken yet heavy with intention. In that moment, the world fell away, our collective heartbeat resonating against the backdrop of ruin. The night enveloped us, shadows curling like tendrils around our hearts, but in the darkness, the faintest glimmer of light flickered. It was the fire of creation, of defiance against the void. Our stories would weave into a new narrative, and though we were broken, we would rise together, fierce and unyielding. As I looked into their eyes, I saw not just fear but a spark of something else, a thread of resilience woven into the very fabric of our beings. In the depths of despair, we would find a way to sing again, to paint again, to love again. This was not the end, it was a beginning, a cultural exchange ignited by the siege, where memories of the past would dance with hopes for the future. And so, beneath those ashen skies, we began to speak, weaving our stories into the night, knowing full well that the shadows would listen, and perhaps, just perhaps, the light would return. The sun hung low in the blood-red sky, casting long shadows over the crumbling walls of the ancient city. A child cried somewhere in the distance, a raw, desperate sound that clawed at the heart. I stood frozen, my breath catching in my throat as I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and despair. It seeped into my skin, clinging to me like a second shadow. I remember the moment clearly. It was the day the ground beneath us trembled, trembling with the echoes of 1,000 regrets. The walls of our history were no longer shields but prisons, confining our dreams and ambitions. I was not alone. Beside me stood Amina, her dark eyes wide with terror, sparkling like the night sky just before a storm. She had always been the dreamer between us, weaving tales of a brighter tomorrow while the shadows of yesterday loomed large. "Why does it feel like we're walking in circles, Bilal?" Her voice quivered, as if the very act of speaking could shatter the fragile reality around us. Every word was a fragile glass ornament dangling above a chasm of loss. "I don't know," I whispered, my heart racing. "But we have to keep moving." We threaded through the ruins of memories, once bustling markets, vibrant with laughter, now silenced by the weight of history. Each step echoed with the ghosts of a time when hope blossomed amidst the chaos. Every corner we turned held the specter of what was lost. I felt it, the sharp pang of nostalgia twisting in my gut, a bitter reminder of dreams deferred and futures stolen. In a shadowed alley, I spotted an old man, his face etched with the lines of 1,000 battles. He held a tattered book, the pages yellowed with age, fluttering in the wind like the broken wings of forgotten angels. I felt the urge to reach out, to snatch that book and pore over its pages, each word a whisper from the past. But the air crackled with unspoken grief, and I knew better. "The book of our history," I murmured, glancing back at Amina. "It's all that remains." But she was staring at her phone, the screen illuminating her face with a cold glow. "Look," she said, her voice a mixture of excitement and dread. "The news, they're talking about us again." I felt a knot form in my stomach, a tightness that wouldn't dissolve. The fractures in our world were deepening, and the future was a dark cloud, swirling with uncertainty. "What are they saying?" "More wars, more division, more chaos." Each word pierced the air, reverberating with the weight of reality. I could see the tremors of fear dancing in her eyes. And then, from somewhere beyond the crumbled remains of our past, a sound emerged, a distant rumble, a promise of thunder. My heart raced. The storm was coming. "Bilal, we can't just sit here." Amina's voice was fire, igniting something within me that had flickered for far too long. "We have to fight for our future." I took a step back, the weight of her words pressing down on me like a heavy shroud. "What future?" I whispered, the bitterness of despair creeping into my voice. "Look around us. There's nothing left to fight for." But Amina was relentless. The fire in her eyes kindled a flicker of hope within me. "There's always something, Bilal. Look at the children. They deserve more than this. We owe it to them. We owe it to ourselves." Her words wrapped around me, squeezing tighter. I wanted to believe. I wanted to feel that fire too. But the shadows of doubt crept in like a thief in the night, whispering things I didn't want to hear. What if it was too late? What if the fight had already been lost? In that electric moment, I felt the ground shake again, a reminder of the urgency clawing at our skins. "We can't stay here," I said, urgency lacing my voice. "We need to find others. Others who still believe," but Amina shook her head, determination etched in every feature. "No, Bilal. It starts with us. We have to be the ones to ignite the flame." The air crackled with tension, our hopes and fears colliding like thunder and lightning. I could feel the pulse of the world around us, throbbing with anticipation, with pain, with the rawness of a collective heartache. And then it hit me, the realization that the world outside was not just crumbling but transforming. The very fabric of our existence was being rewoven, and we stood at the precipice. The choices we made in that moment would ripple through time, shaping the long-term consequences for our people, for our identity. I took her hand, squeezing it tightly, as if our connection could shield us from the tempest brewing outside. "Together, then," I said, my voice steadying. "But we must be careful. The road ahead will test us." Amina nodded, her resolve hardening like steel. "Let them come. We'll rise from the ashes. We'll show them that we remember who we are." As we stepped out from the shadow of the ruins, the world became a swirl of color and sound. Every heartbeat felt synchronized with the pulse of the universe, our fears, our dreams, all woven into the fabric of time. This was our moment, and it was terrifying and beautiful all at once. The horizon stretched out before us, a haunting promise of battles yet to be fought. I could feel the weight of our history pressing down on me, but in that weight, I also felt the flicker of hope igniting within, a fire that could become a beacon if only we dared to embrace it. The storm was coming, but so was the dawn. And in that electric moment, I knew that the long-term consequences for our world hung on the precipice of our choices. We were no longer just survivors, we were warriors of a new narrative, ready to reclaim our story from the shadows that sought to engulf us. And so we walked, hand in hand, into the unknown, where the ghosts of the past whispered in our ears, urging us to remember, not just what we had lost, but what we could still become. The air hangs thick with the taste of smoke and desperation, a bitter cocktail that twists around your throat and constricts your lungs. I remember the sound, oh, how I remember it, the clash of metal, the cries of the wounded, the relentless pounding of feet echoing through stone corridors. It's a cacophony that seeps into your bones, vibrating with the dread of what comes next. A village, a once thriving bastion of life, now reduced to a ghost town, choked by the rancid scent of charred timber and blood. In the middle of it all, there's Miriam, her eyes wide, reflecting the firelight like twin embers of despair. She clutches a tattered doll, frayed and missing an eye, her only tether to the innocent laughter that once filled these streets. They said we would be safe, that the walls would protect us, she whispers, her voice trembling like the flutter of a trapped bird. But the walls, those ancient stones, now tremble under the siege. The promises of safety crumble like the very bricks they are built upon. And then there's Elias, a soldier caught between duty and fear, his heart pounding against the weight of his armor. Hold the line, he roars, but it sounds more like a plea than a command. Each word slices through the chaos, desperate for resolve. He struggles with the echoes of his mother's voice in his head, urging him home, away from the violence, away from the screams. But here he stands, a wall against an unrelenting tide, knowing that retreat means loss, and loss is a burden heavier than steel. The siege is relentless, an unending nightmare that stretches into the early hours of dawn, where the sun rises like an unwelcome visitor, casting a stark light over the carnage. I remember standing there, frozen, as the shadows of death danced in the flickering flames, shadows that seemed to mock the very idea of hope. A sandstorm of memories swirls around me, whispers of moments that once were, laughter shared over bread and wine, children playing, lovers in secret embraces, now all erased by the encroaching darkness. Miriam, her fingers trembling, reaches out to touch the charred remains of a house, where laughter once echoed. What will we tell them, she asks, a question laden with the weight of every lost soul. What will they remember? Her voice cracks like the very ground beneath her feet, and I feel the tremor of her heart as if it were my own. Meanwhile, Elias stands at the edge of the battlements, overlooking a sea of chaos and despair. He sees the figures of the enemy, their faces obscured by masks of malice, but beneath it, he senses the same terror that grips him, the shared humanity buried under layers of war. What are we doing? He mutters under his breath, the question more an accusation than a plea. The weight of history unfolds around him like a scroll, revealing the narratives of battles fought and lost, of men turned ghosts by the fires of ambition and revenge. The night stretches on, each hour marked by the tolling of distant bells, a grim reminder of the passage of time, a time that feels both swift and agonizingly slow. I remember the sensation of sweat trickling down my back, a physical manifestation of the fear that clung to us like a second skin, suffocating, relentless. Faces of the fallen flash before my eyes, each one a reminder of the cost of this siege, the tragic price of memories that would soon fade in the annals of history. Elias! Miriam's voice breaks through the fog of despair, sharp as a blade. What will we leave behind? There's a frantic urgency to her words, a plea for significance in a world that seems intent on erasing their existence. The question hangs heavy, suspended in the air, begging for an answer that feels just out of reach. In that moment, everything shifts. The ground beneath their feet quakes, a tremor of impending doom, and I can feel the pulse of the past echoing through time. An ancient clock ticks somewhere, its rhythm a cruel reminder of the lives that will be lost, the stories that will go untold. The memories of the siege will morph into narratives, twisted, romanticized, or demonized, depending on who tells them. Will they remember us as heroes or cowards? Elias's voice trembles, a whisper against the rising storm. He feels the sharp edge of fear, clawing at his insides like a beast desperate to escape. And in that moment, both know, history is written by the victors, but what of those lost in the chaos? Their sacrifices reduced to footnotes, their pain a distant echo in the annals of time. Miriam gazes at the sky, a tapestry of stars shattered by the smoke, and I can see the fire of resolve flickering to life in her eyes. We will be remembered, she declares, her voice a fragile flame against the dark. In the stories we tell, in the lives we touch. Her spirit, battered yet unbroken, ignites something within Elias, and he feels a flicker of hope, a glimmer of the impossible. As the siege rages on, they stand together, two silhouettes against the backdrop of chaos, arms linked in defiance. The shadows swirl around them, and the clock ticks on, a steady heartbeat echoing through the silence. They are more than mere survivors, they are the bearers of memory, the architects of what will be remembered, even if the world outside forgets. And as I stand witness to this crucible of human experience, my heart aches with the weight of their struggles, the rawness of their emotions. The stories, their stories, are both a haunting and a promise, a reminder that even amid destruction, hope can flicker, however faint. The siege may be relentless, but the memory of those who endured will rise like the dawn, unyielding and eternal, echoing through the centuries yet to come. In the depths of darkness, the light of their humanity shines brighter, and the tale of the siege spirals into the cosmos, waiting, yearning for someone to remember. The air crackled with a tension so thick it stung the eyes, a prelude to the tempest that was about to engulf the city. A low rumble echoed in the distance, a fevered drumroll announcing an impending calamity. I stood there, heart racing, knees trembling beneath the weight of inevitability. Shadows danced along the cobblestones, flickering like desperate souls grasping for solace. Hulagu Khan, the name alone sent shivers through the marrow. A spectre of dread, he was both the harbinger and the executioner. Every soul in the city could feel his approach, a looming darkness creeping ever closer. It was as if the earth itself trembled beneath the weight of his ambitions, while time slowed to a crawl, each second stretching into an eternity. I could almost hear the clock ticking, a cruel reminder that life was slipping through our fingers. Above the chaos, I could see Tumen, his face a mask of defiance, yet I knew the conflict brewing inside him. Courageous and flawed, he wore his heart like a shroud, a veil that concealed the fear gnawing at his insides. He had sworn to protect his people, but as the Mongols drew near, the weight of that promise threatened to crush him. The flames of his own ambition flickered dangerously close to extinguishing, and I could almost taste the smoke in the air, acrid and bitter. I remember the first time I saw him, standing tall among the frightened masses, a beacon in the dark. "We will not bend," he had said, voice ringing through the crowd like the toll of a bell. But that resolve was beginning to fray. The laughter of children, echoing through the streets, now felt like a distant memory, drowned by the drums of war, each beat an omen of what was to come. A city once alive with joy was now a ghost of its former self, haunted by the spectre of the siege that loomed ahead. In the thick of the crowd, I caught sight of Zara, her eyes wide with unshed tears, a fragile flower struggling to bloom in a storm. She was Tumen's anchor, yet even she felt the cracks forming in their bond. Her spirit, once fierce and unyielding, now trembled like a blown dandelion, barely held together by her love for him. "It's just a battle," she whispered, but the quiver in her voice betrayed her. She knew. We all knew. This wasn't just about the fight, it was about survival in a world that seemed intent on devouring us whole. I felt the heat of her breath, quick and panicked beside me. "They'll come for us, won't they?" The question hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with despair. I wanted to tell her it would be all right, that Tumen would lead us to safety. But lying felt like a betrayal. Instead, we stood there together, two embers in the face of a gathering storm, the horizon darkening with each passing moment. The siege began not with the clash of swords, but with an eerie silence that enveloped the city like a shroud. It was the kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl, a stillness that felt like the world holding its breath in anticipation of the violence to come. I could hear the distant cries of the wounded echoing through the streets, a haunting symphony of despair that reverberated in my chest. Each note pierced my heart, a grim reminder of the price we were about to pay. Then, suddenly, the drums. Like a heartbeat of death, they rolled through the city, pounding through the very core of our existence. The Mongols had arrived, a tide of shadow sweeping forward, each warrior a dark angel of retribution. I watched as Tumen stood at the forefront, resolute yet trembling, as if he was a monument threatened by the very winds that once sustained him. "Stand your ground," he bellowed, voice cracking under the strain. But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a flicker that mirrored my own. And then the clash began. Steel met steel, a cacophony that shattered the silence, and I was swept up in the whirlwind, the chaos a living thing that pulsed around us. I felt the heat of bodies pressed together, fear mingling with adrenaline, and the intoxicating scent of sweat and blood filled my lungs. I remember the visceral thrill of it all, alive, terrified, desperate. I fought not just for survival but for a future that seemed to slip further away with every passing second. Zara's scream cut through the madness, sharp and piercing, a siren song that drew my gaze. I turned just in time to see her stumbling, a shadow looming large behind her. My heart lurched, time slowing as I reached out. I remember thinking I could save her, that I could be her shield against the tempest. But in that moment, reality blurred, and the chaos swallowed us whole. The siege bled into days, each one more unbearable than the last. Food became a memory, and hope flickered like a dying candle. Tumen struggled to rally us, each speech becoming a desperate grasp at light in the encroaching darkness. I watched him falter, the weight of command pulling him deeper into despair. The city, once vibrant, had become a tomb, and we were the ghosts haunting its halls. And yet, amid the despair, strange things began to happen. A quiet resilience grew, a determination born from the ashes of fear. Each pair of eyes met another, and in those moments, we found something, an unspoken bond, a flicker of defiance against the inevitable. With every clash, every loss, we became more than mere survivors, we became something fierce, something unstoppable. But the question lingered, what would this battle cost us? We fought not just against swords and arrows but against the very essence of despair. With each dawn, we prepared for the clash, the understanding that victory might not bring peace but instead deeper scars. The influence of this siege would ripple through history, shaping the campaigns to come. It would mark us, fracture us, and yet, in its wake, perhaps forge something stronger. In the end, as the smoke curled into the heavens, obscuring the stars, we stood as shadows against the light, forever changed. The siege had begun to reshape the very fabric of our souls, and in that transformation, we found our truth. The world would remember us not as victims but as warriors, as echoes of defiance against the relentless tide of fate. I remember the silence that followed, heavy and suffocating, a silence that was not an end, but a beginning. The siege had ended, but the story was far from over. The air stings with the acrid scent of burning oil and blood, a ghastly perfume that clings to the crumbling walls of Baghdad, once a bastion of enlightenment, now a haunted echo of a greatness slipping away into the shadows. I stand there, heart racing, as the chaos unfurls like a dark tapestry before me. A soldier, eyes wild with fury, raises his blade, and my breath catches in my throat. I remember his face, a mask of despair twisted with anger, a man who once believed he was part of something eternal, now fighting for mere survival, a forgotten cog in a great machine that is grinding to a halt. I remember the whispers that haunted the halls of power, the shouts of loyalists turned traitors, the very essence of betrayal that seeps into the marrow of every man. Caliph al-Mu'taz, a ruler clinging to the frayed edges of authority, watches from his throne, a gilded cage that has become a prison, his heart beating in time with the ticking clock of his reign. His fingers tremble, a nervous dance between hope and despair. The walls echo with the cries of his subjects, the faithful turned restless, their loyalty corroded by the insatiable greed of the elite. As the sun dips beneath the horizon, casting the city into a chilling twilight, I see Layla, a woman whose spirit once burned brighter than the finest silk. She stands at the threshold of a crumbling alley, eyes wide, tracing the contours of her world collapsing around her. The dreams of her youth, of love, of freedom, are replaced by the stark reality of survival. A child clings to her skirt, eyes wide and uncomprehending, a small hand gripping the fabric like a lifeline. "Mama, will we be safe?" he asks, his voice a trembling whisper that pierces the silence, a question that lingers in the air like a ghost. I shudder, for I know the answer lies somewhere in the shadows, tangled with the remnants of an empire now fighting its last breaths. Every heartbeat is a countdown to chaos. I remember the cool nights spent in laughter, the vibrant bazaars bursting with life, the promise of a future bursting forth like the first blooms of spring. But now, dreams bleed into a nightmare where shadows chase the light away, where whispers of rebellion curl around the hearts of men like smoke, intoxicating and suffocating. The whispers tell of a new power rising, a tide of darkness sweeping in from the fringes. The Safarid soldiers, once mere raiders, have sharpened their blades and set their sights on Baghdad, hungry for glory, dripping with the blood of their enemies. I remember Almutaz's gaze, heavy with the weight of 1,000 decisions. He had straddled the line between ruler and puppet, his advisors wielding their influence like swords, each one aiming for the heart of his power. "Trust in me," they said, their smiles oily and false, but he could feel the knives hidden behind their backs. Loyalty had become a currency, traded and bartered over tables laden with riches, while his people starved in the streets. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, Layla's heart aches with unspoken words, dreams unfulfilled. She stands poised at the edge, a mother, a warrior, a survivor. The temptation to flee tugs at her, yet the weight of her child forces her to stay, a chain binding her to the city that cradled her dreams yet nurtured her nightmares. "There is still hope, isn't there?" she murmurs to herself, but the doubt gnaws at her insides, a ravenous beast insatiable in its hunger. The city convulses under the strain of despair, the streets slick with the remnants of dreams that have turned to dust. I can feel the tension in my bones as the clash of swords draws nearer, the cries of battle rising like a crescendo, a symphony of chaos. Almutaz's reign, once a rich tapestry, now fraying at the seams as the Saffarids approach, their laughter a chilling anthem of victory. I remember the way the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the chaos, as if the cosmos itself wept for the inevitable. The darkness was thick, a suffocating blanket, wrapping itself around the hearts of the people. They gathered in silence, fear etched on their faces, eyes wide with uncertainty, each heartbeat a prayer for salvation, each breath a silent scream. And then, the clash! The sound reverberates through the very ground beneath me, a visceral testament to the violence erupting in the heart of a once great civilization. The soldiers, men driven by desperation, by rage, by loyalty to a cause that has become a shadow, charge forward, the battlefield a grotesque dance of life and death. Layla watches, heart pounding like war drums, as the fabric of her world unravels before her very eyes. In that moment, I see Almutaz, standing at the edge of his world, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Once a ruler feared and revered, now a ghost of his former self. The shadows of betrayal swirl around him, a tempest of anguish and regret. He is a relic of a past that refuses to let go, clinging to the remnants of power while the world slips through his fingers like sand. Across the battlefield, I catch the flicker of fear in Layla's eyes, and I know, this moment will etch itself into her soul. She fights against the tide of despair, grasping for hope as the echoes of destruction rise like a tide, threatening to drown everything she has ever known. The battle rages, but it is the fight within her that grips me. Time feels fluid, a river that twists and turns, pulling us all into its depths. I remember the heartbeat of the city, a rhythm that thrummed through the air, a pulse that quickened with each clash of steel. The collapse of the Abbasid Caliphate is not just a historical event, it is the shattering of lives, the crumbling of dreams, and the birth of legends forged in the fires of despair. A cycle that will never end, a story that will echo through eternity, as the shadows of the past linger like ghosts, forever haunting the pages of history. And as I stand there, breathless and trembling, I realize this is only the beginning. The darkness gathers, the uncertainty swells, and the final act, so close, so tantalizingly out of reach, beckons like a siren song. Rain drummed on the battered stone walls like the frantic heartbeat of a cornered beast. Each droplet that hit the ground was a whisper, carrying the weight of despair, echoing in the hollowed hearts of those within. It was more than just a storm, it was a reckoning. Unyielding shadows flickered in the dim light of the candle, casting ominous shapes that danced on the walls, mocking the dread that had nested in the minds of the besieged. Inside, the air was thick with a blend of fear and resolve. Clutching a rusted sword that had seen better days, Raina stared through the narrow slit of the window, her heart pounding like war drums. The enemy was out there, just beyond her reach, relentless, hungry, their battle cries crashing against her sanity. I remember when I believed we could survive. When hope was a flame, not a flicker. Her words cracked, a brittle whisper amidst the chaos. Raina's fingers trembled as she traced the cold metal of the sword, a futile talisman against the encroaching darkness. Conrad, her brother, paced the stone floor, each step a testament to his own turmoil. The vibrant green of his tunic was dulled by grime and blood, and every breath he took seemed heavier than the last. "We can't let them break us, Raina. We have to fight." His voice, once a healing balm, now stirred a tempest of anxiety. Fight? Against what? Ghosts of our past? Shadows of our tomorrow? Rayna shot back, exasperation bleeding into her fear. The weight of the siege pressed upon her, suffocating, relentless, an invisible enemy more formidable than the nights outside. Outside, torches flickered, casting long shadows that joined with the night, creating a living tapestry of dread. They were more than men, they were the embodiment of despair. In their eyes, Rayna saw not just fury but the echoes of their own pain, mirrored reflections of loss, revenge, and the thirst for dominance. They, too, were ensnared in this vicious cycle of violence, a cycle that had no end, only an abyss. I remember our father's laughter, she murmured, when the world was brighter, before the darkness seeped into our hearts. The memory felt like salt on an open wound, each recollection a blade twisting deeper. Focus, Rayna! Conrad snapped, jolting her from the embrace of those bittersweet memories. His eyes were fierce, but behind the resolve flickered a flame of doubt. If we fight, we might win. If we don't, we'll perish as cowards. The words hung in the air, heavy with an ultimatum. The clock of fate ticked menacingly, each second a countdown to annihilation. The siege was not just a battle for survival, it was a battle for the very essence of who they were. Thunder rumbled, a growl from the heavens, as if the universe was mocking their plight. You talk of courage, but what is courage if it leads us into oblivion? Rayna spat, her voice rising, the bitterness spilling over. Did courage save our mother? Did it shield her from the flames? Memories clawed at her, dark and clawed, and in that moment, she felt the tremors of a long-buried grief rising to the surface. Outside, the enemy surged forward, their war cries reaching a fever pitch, crashing against the walls like waves against a rocky shore. Rayna could almost feel the pulse of their hatred, a living thing that seeped through the cracks of their sanctuary. But amid the clamor, she felt something stir within her, a quiet defiance. I remember, she whispered, more to herself than to Conrad. I remember the stories of our ancestors, tales of resilience woven into the fabric of our very being. Conrad paused, the fire in his eyes dimming just a notch, as if her words had ignited a memory within him. You think they will care about our stories? They want blood. His voice cracked at the edges, betraying the fear he fought to suppress. They want to erase us. And yet, in that shared moment of vulnerability, a fragile thread of understanding wove them closer. The storm outside raged, but the tempest within them began to calm. Then let them remember us, Rayna breathed, her own voice growing steady, filled with a newfound determination. Let them know that we stood for something greater than ourselves, for our land, our family, our dreams. The shadows flickered again, and Rayna could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before them, urging her toward resilience. We are not merely surviving, we are defying the darkness. We are a rebellion against the silence that would claim our names. The notion electrified the air, humming like a string-pulled taut. Time slowed, the world around them fading as they locked eyes, two souls standing against the oncoming storm of fate. With a nod that spoke volumes, an unspoken acknowledgement of their shared fear and unwavering love, they steeled themselves for what was to come. Together, Conrad said, his voice firm, though the tremor remained. In that moment, they were not merely siblings, they were warriors, bound by blood and spirit. The walls may be crumbling, but their resolve was unyielding. As the siege began to unfurl, the winds howled like a banshee under the weight of war. The air grew thick with tension, and the cries of the men outside morphed into an unholy symphony, a prelude to chaos. Rayna, with her sword raised and heart aflame, felt the weight of history pressing down on her. She was no longer just a girl looking out into the darkness, she was the light that dared to shine back. And as the first clash echoed through the stone corridors, time itself seemed to freeze, the moment suspended in a breath, a heartbeat, a prayer for survival. I remember, she murmured, the words barely escaping her lips. The walls trembled, and so did she, but amidst the fear, the madness, the heart-stopping reality of the siege, a flicker of hope ignited once more. They would carve their names into the annals of history. They would not be forgotten. And as the shadows danced, a relentless chorus of defiance rose to meet them, the kind of defiance that would resonate through the ages. The stillness is deafening. A silence heavy enough to crack bone, one that wraps around the city of Baghdad like a shroud. It's the kind of quiet that grips the heart, a palpable tension hanging in the air, thick as fog. Somewhere in the shadows, a clock ticks. Each second tick-tock echoes like a drumbeat, counting down to an inevitable clash. I stand, rooted in the moment, every heartbeat a reminder, something is coming, something dark. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long fingers of light that stretch like tendrils over the rooftops, illuminating the dust that dances in the air, particles caught in an eternal waltz. Yet, they seem to taunt us, whispering secrets of chaos just beyond our grasp. It is a city poised on the edge of despair and defiance, where hope and dread entwine like lovers, their embrace both sweet and suffocating. I remember Khalid, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. He was a soldier, yes, but a man before that. With every clash of swords he anticipated, there was a flicker of doubt, a shred of fear he tried to bury beneath layers of bravado. "I will protect my family," he said, voice trembling ever so slightly. Each word was a promise, a vow carved into the marrow of his bones. But each promise he made felt more like a stone in his stomach, heavy and unyielding, anchoring him in a sea of uncertainty. And then there was Layla, his sister, fierce yet fragile, a candle flickering against the draft of impending doom. She clutched her child to her chest, a small bundle of innocence in a world turned upside down. "Do you think we'll be safe?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if saying it aloud would summon danger. Khalid's silence screamed louder than any words could. As night falls, the streets pulse with a nervous energy, the shadows lengthening, devouring the light. The once bustling market is now a ghost of its former self, the vendors vanishing like dreams before dawn. The air tastes of desperation, salt and sweat mixing as families huddle together, whispers of hope battling with the shadows that loom ever larger. The tension thickens, a tightrope strung between the past and the unknown future. I remember the stories we told. Tales spun from the threads of history and dreams, where warriors donned armor not just to fight, but to shield their souls from the encroaching darkness. "This is our city," Khalid would say, pride swelling in his chest. "They will not take it from us." But pride is a fragile thing, as ephemeral as the stars that flicker above us, sometimes lost to the clouds of despair. Layla's child wails, a sound that cuts through the night like a dagger. The cry is raw, echoing the fear that grips every heart in the city. Khalid's gaze snaps to her, desperation painted across his face. "I'll guard you, I swear it." But the words feel hollow against the rising tide of panic. Then, like a storm breaking, the first clash of metal on metal rings out, sharp and jarring. It is the sound of history crashing into the present, a symphony of chaos that pulls at the very fabric of our existence. I feel it in my bones, a visceral jolt, a reminder that we are mere puppets in a play orchestrated by the whims of fate. The city erupts. Shadows become figures, figures become chaos, and chaos ignites a firestorm of emotions. I remember Khalid, sprinting into the fray, a lion amongst lambs, determined to protect. But even lions can bleed. His heart swells with the weight of his duty, yet it falters, the burden of responsibility pressing down like a leaden cloak. "Layla," he shouts, voice thick with urgency, yet the call is swallowed by the cacophony around him. And in that moment, as the world fractures, shards of glass, screams of the innocent, the crackling of flames licking the night sky, I see Layla, fear etched into her features, cradling her child with a grip so tight it must hurt. "Khalid!" Her voice breaks, a note of despair that echoes through the madness. And I feel it, a pang in my chest, a visceral connection that transcends time and space. I remember the stories of Baghdad, the grand tales spoken in hushed tones, where heroes rise and fall, where the weight of history crushes the present beneath its heel. But this isn't a tale of glory, it's a raw, unfiltered moment, a snapshot of humanity in its most vulnerable state. It's not just a siege, it's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the undying flicker of hope that refuses to be snuffed out. As the clash intensifies, the world around me becomes a blur, a whirlwind of emotions, fears, and dreams. I can taste the smoke curling in the air, bitter and acrid. Khalid, with every swing of his sword, fights not just for the city, but for the fleeting moments of laughter shared with Layla, for the dreams that once danced in the air like fireflies, now swallowed by shadows. The night stretches on, a canvas painted with despair and resilience. The stars blink above, indifferent witnesses to the chaos below. I feel the weight of history pressing against my chest, the stories flooding my mind, each fragment a reminder of what has been lost and what still endures. And in the heart of that turmoil, I find myself anchored in the moment, where fear and hope intertwine like threads in a tapestry, weaving a narrative that binds us all. The climax is not a singular moment, it's a continuous flow of emotion, a symphony of conflict that never truly resolves. Each heartbeat echoes the struggle, each breath a testament to survival. As dawn breaks, a pale light seeps into the cracks of the city, illuminating both destruction and resilience. The siege may rage on, but within the heart of Baghdad, the indomitable spirit endures, a flicker of hope against the encroaching darkness. And so, the story continues, a loop of despair and defiance, where every heartbeat is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of humanity will find a way to shine through.